A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Dinner dishes are all washed and put away. Oh, David, the faucet in the kitchen's dripping. You said you'd fix it.
There's an article here in the paper about a man who shot his wife because she tickled him when he was trying to sleep.
Oh, come on, stop bluffing. You know you like being tickled. The nicest part about being married is... I don't know. There's so many nice parts that I can't make up my mind which I like best.
Why don't you stop prowling around the room, sit down and sew some buttons on something?
On what, for instance?
Shirts, for instance.
The shirts, all your shirts have buttons on them.
Well, remind me to tear some off. All good housewives are supposed to sew buttons on shirts while their husbands read the evening papers.
I feel housewifely without sewing on buttons. What's the opposite of housewifely?
Unhousewifely.
I mean for a man.
House-husbandly. Now, shut up.
I won't shut up. I feel like talking.
Well, go ahead. Say it. Get it over with.
Oh, David, you look so husbandly sitting in that chair smoking your paper and reading your pipe.
Trying to read my pipe?
Who's trying? The light bad?
No, the acoustics.
I don't insult easily.
No, but aren't you tired of talking after making all that dinner, dear?
No.
Why don't you sit down then, anyway, huh?
Oh, all the chairs are too uncomfortable. Mr. Tucker must have been a heavy man. He's left an impression on every chair.
Why don't you start making your own impression?
I think I'll have a strap put up in the living room like they got in the subway.
I don't think the landlord would like that.
You don't? Well,
No.
I'll sit down. I know where I'll sit.
Don't tell me. Let me guess.
You're right. Move over.
This chair was built for one, Claudia.
It's a very big chair, and I'm very small.
Not that small. And I can't read my paper like this.
You shouldn't want to. Evenings weren't meant to read papers in. Hey, I'm not comfortable. Wiggle over a little.
I'm not the wiggling kind.
Anything in the paper beside the man who shot his wife?
I don't know. I haven't had a chance to find out.
Well, if it's important, you'll hear about it tomorrow anyway. Oh, are there any good sales for anything?
Here, look for yourself. Hey, what are you doing?
Putting your paper away. It's not polite to read in company.
I am not company. I am your husband. Give me back my paper.
Make believe you're company then.
All right, then, I'm company. What does company do?
Oh, you make me feel like an old married couple. Don't you remember your bachelor days?
I remember reading the paper vaguely. Otherwise, my mind is a blank. Don't remember a thing past our honeymoon.
I remember a few things. I remember I was too bashful to sit in the same couch with you. Here I am sitting on a little tiny chair.
When you pushed yourself in here next to me, you said it was a big chair.
My perspective's changed.
If I kiss you, would you go away and make a pie and let me read my paper?
Maybe. It's worth a chance.
All right. Lean over.
Your company, you lean over.
There. Satisfactory?
Not quite.
Sorry. The complaint department is closed for the night.
Open it up, then.
It's open. What is the complaint, madam?
The faucet in the kitchen is still dripping. It made noises while you were kissing me.
You want me to kiss you again, I suppose.
No, fix the faucet.
Maybe it's time for you to make believe you were company.
After the faucet's fixed, you said you'd do it now.
Do what?
Fix the faucet.
My word is as good as my bond. Unwedge yourself from the chair and I'll take a look at it.
You sure you know how to do it, David?
No, I'll need you to teach me. Well, here goes. Come on into the kitchen with me. Someday I'm going to live in a house without faucets. You'll have to pump water. Watch out for that rug. It's sticking up.
Mr. Tucker didn't take care of anything in this house. See, look at that faucet. Plink, plink, plink,
It's not
plink,
plinking,
plink,
it's
plink.
plopping. Plop,
Whatever
plop,
it's doing,
plop.
it kept me awake all night.
Well, we'll fix it right now. Yeah.
Oh, it's wonderful to have a handyman around the house. You sure you know what you're doing?
There we are.
What is it?
That works all right. Water seems to be coming out fine.
I know, that's the trouble. Water comes out when it's even turned off.
I think you're right. Where's the screwdriver?
We don't own one yet. We haven't been married long enough. All we have is a hammer.
Can't use a hammer. Get me one of those blunt knives of Mr. Tucker's, will you?
They're all blunt. That's why we've had hamburgers for the past 2 nights.
I mean one of those that were made to be blunt. I'll use that.
Let's see now. Would you rather have one with the initial B or M?
And try to find one with F for faucet.
David.
What? Stop interrupting me. Do you want this faucet fixed?
Yes, but look at the other side. Look here what it says in small letters.
Knives were meant to cut with, not to read. What does it say?
Hotel Brockton, Brockton, PA.
I'm sure the hotel didn't approve of Mr. Tucker's hobby.
Maybe it wasn't a hobby. Maybe it was a profession. I never lived in the apartment of a professional dipsomaniac before.
Well, could be, but I think you mean kleptomaniac.
Oh, a klepto is what takes things, and dipso is what
drinks things.
I always get them mixed up. You never stole anything from a hotel, did you, David?
When I went back to a college reunion once, I took a bar of soap.
I stole something, too. Once Mama took me to a restaurant in a hotel, and I remember seeing a horse outside.
Did you steal that?
I stuffed some cubes of sugar inside my glove. When I got outside, the horse was gone. My conscience bothered me for days.
How about the gloves?
Was sticky for days. You know, I'm glad we're not the kind of people that steal from hotels. Which knife do you want?
The dullest one.
They're all dull.
Now, this screw on top of the faucet was made to be taken out. That's how you can tell whether you need a new washer. There, now. Now put the screw away carefully.
I'll put it in the cup.
Good. I'll expect it for breakfast with my coffee. Now, let's take a look in here.
What is it?
Worn washer. We'll need a new one.
Do we have one?
No.
Well, if we knew what that was wrong with it and we didn't have one, why'd we take the faucet apart?
We didn't. I did.
I know. I just wanted to share the blame, darling. Still dripping.
That's because it's not fixed yet. Now bring me some scissors and one of our cork coasters. I'll make one.
The coasters have our names on them.
Good. Then people will know it's our washer.
Nobody ever takes faucets apart and looks at washers.
We do.
We're different. Besides, it's a waste of a perfectly good coaster. Isn't there something else we can use?
We could let it drip. Maybe if I turned this one around, the worn side would be up. I'll try that now.
You know, I think it would be fun being a plumber. They're so resourceful. You look particularly resourceful right now, David.
Oh, there's nothing to this now. Anyone can change a washer.
David, water's coming out of the top of the faucet.
I know. Quick, get a towel or something. What's so funny?
You look like that boy in Holland who stuck his finger in a hole in the dark.
As I remember, he was there for 3 days. Hurry up, will you?
Yes, well, I used to wipe the dishes, but it's still dirty.
Wait a minute, I can't get my finger out.
Here, Joe.
Now the towel's going to be damper.
It's still going, David.
I know. What happened to the washer? I
Throw
can't
it up
find
on top of the water when you turn that little thing on top.
You see where it went? Look around.
There it is next to you on the sink. I'll get it.
All right, thanks. I take both hands and hold this towel down here.
Here it is.
Yeah, thanks. Stand back now. I'm going to take the towel away. Uh-oh. Go over. Give me the knife, quick. There now. How's that?
Fine. Only the kitchen floor's all wet, too.
Yes, but the faucet stopped dripping. Where's the little screw for the top now?
At the bottom of the cup. Under the water. I'll go in after it.
Knob on. The screw.
Listen, you better dry your face off, David. You'll catch pneumonia.
You don't catch pneumonia in the face.
Here, let me put the screw back on.
You know how?
Anyone knows how. Give me the knife. Here's a towel.
Thanks. Now, how's that for a job? Not a drop coming out.
But do you think the superintendent would have gotten the floor all wet?
Anyone would have gotten the floor all wet. Anyway, it's not all wet. There's a dry spot near the broom closet.
That's because the floor's higher on that side. Mm-hmm.
Hang it on the rack. There. Where do I put this? Here, I'm nearly done now.
Oh.
Hey, what happened?
The knife slipped. It dropped into the sink.
Hey, did you cut yourself? You're bleeding.
Oh, it's just a scratch. I cut myself worse than this lots of times. I'll put a piece of paper over it. It'll stop bleeding.
You'll do nothing of the kind. We're going to put some iodine on it and a bandage. Now, let me see it.
It's nothing, David. It's just a tiny...
It's just a scratch, I know, but we're going to take care of it before an infection sets in. Now, come on in the bathroom. We'll fix that.
I don't like iodine. It stings.
Come on. Hey, watch out for the carpet. I've got to fix that, too.
Oh.
Wait till I turn on the light.
David, it's perfectly all right, darling.
Now, let me take a look at it now. Clean cut, all right.
Then we won't have to put iodine on it.
Yes, we will. That's to prevent infection from setting in. Now, where's the iodine?
In the medicine chest right in front of you. David, can't we get a new mirror for the cabinet? This one's awfully blurred. Every time I look into it, I feel as though I need a shave.
Maybe that's the reason I've been shaving for days. You're not going to take my mind off of what I'm going to do now. Now, where's the iodine?
It's right in there somewhere.
Yeah, what if this was an emergency? You'd be bleeding to death while I look for it.
But it's not, and I'm not.
No difference. Hey, what are all these empty bottles? We've only been living here 3 days now. How in the world did we manage to accumulate so many empty bottles?
Oh, didn't I tell you I brought them from Mama's? I thought they'd make the bathroom look more lived in.
Oh,
you know?
You did, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if there's no sentiment attached to them, I wish you'd get rid of a few. Here's the iodine.
Oh, David, look, I'm not a mama baby about many things.
Just about Mama.
And iodine, but... Hold my hand while you put it on.
If I hold your hand, I can't put it on. You ready?
Go ahead. Ow!
Hurt?
Sure it hurts. It's killing me out. Oh.
Here, I'll put a little bandage on it. Adhesive. Right.
David, you ripped the gauze just like a doctor. You wanted to be a doctor, didn't you?
How'd you know?
The way you ripped the gauze. And the way you looked at Mama and told her she had a headache the other day. And she did, too.
What do you know? Well, now let's have that hand now. There, that's very neat, if I say so myself.
If you hadn't, I would have.
Should be a brighter light in this hall.
I'll get one tomorrow. Look, the living room floor's wet near the kitchen.
It'll dry. Sit down now and rest.
Let's both sit down and rest. Oh, darling, even living here is nice in a way, isn't it? Just the two of us together.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's what goes into making a marriage. Two people living together and having things happen to them. Sharing joy and pain like my finger.
I wish it were my finger that got cut.
I don't. I'm glad it was mine. Thanks for saying it anyway. David.
Yes?
Hate to tell you this, but faucet's still dripping. What do we do about it?
Oh. Let the superintendent take care of it tomorrow. I've got more important things to worry about now.
All story material used in this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. The college crowd seems to stick pretty much to the classics, in books, in clothes, and in refreshment. Likewise, the pause that refreshes with ice-cold Coca-Cola is a perennial favorite. And now it's more plentiful. So ask your grocer for a supply of Coca-Cola. He'll be glad to let you have it. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at this same time. And now, this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. You know, when you stay at a hotel and leave word to be called in the morning, and the operator says, 7:30, time to get up. Well, 10 to 1, you just yawn and feel sort of grumpy. But if that operator said, 7:30, time for a delicious grape nuts breakfast, well, I bet you'd jump out of bed with a grin. Yes, sir, crisp, crunchy grape nuts or toasty brown grape nuts flakes make a mighty cheerful start for any morning. For both grape nuts and grape nuts flakes have a malty, rich, sweet as a nut flavor that sure hits the old spot. And both bring you important whole grain nourishment. Iron, niacin, vitamin B1, plus protein. The kind of nourishment nutrition experts say you need as a part of your adequate breakfast every day. So eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And for good cheer and good nourishment, feature malty rich grape nuts or grape nuts flakes, two swell breakfast treats. Gentlemen, Jack Benny's troupe has been away for 5 weeks touring service camps throughout the Pacific Northwest. Jack arrived home late last night and went straight to bed. It's now morning, and Rochester is entering his bedroom to awaken him.
Come on, Bertie. You'll have to get off of Mr. Benny's head. I gotta wake him up now. Wait a minute, Bertie. Take your worm with you. It's 9 o'clock, boss. Boss, it's 9 o'clock. I better not stand in front of him. He'll open his eyes, look at me, think it's dark, and go back to sleep. Boss, wake up! Man, when he gets into the arms of Morpheus, old Mort sure holds on. He's dreaming he's playing the violin again. How can a man torture himself like that? No use, I gotta get him up. Guess I'll have to resort to the old standby.
Huh? Well, what? Who's? Huh?
It's just me, boss. I had to do that to wake you up.
Oh. You know, Rochester, when I get in the arms of Morpheus, old Morph sure holds on. Say, I'm pretty sharp this morning, eh? Hey, Rod?
Yeah. You not only talk in your sleep, you hearing it.
What?
Nothing. Say it's after 9 o'clock and your gang will be here pretty soon for rehearsal.
Yeah. Stand back, Rochester. I want to do my exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bend down and touch the floor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up again and down some more. 1, 2, 3. Rochester, pick up my toupee. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you pick up my toupee?
1, 2, 3, 4. Caught it before it hit the floor.
1, 2, 3, 4. Tomorrow I'll do a little more. 1.
Gee, boss, you're doing your exercise much better these days. You touch the floor every time you bend.
Yeah. Now help me up off my knees. Thanks. Now, Rochester, I'll take my shower and you go down and make breakfast, will you? That's what I call a swell breakfast, Rochester.
I know, Mr. Benny, and I admire your loyalty to your sponsor, but don't you think that sometimes you go a little too far?
What do you mean?
Well, after all, for soft-boiled grape nuts.
Rochester, they're good any way you fix them. They're toasty brown, they're malty rich, they're sweet as a nut, they're a whole grain cereal, and they're a basic 7 food. And they're all...
Boy, stop reading off the box and talk to me.
Rochester, I'm merely trying to show you that you need a whole grain cereal every day, and you should eat them.
Oh, boss, I do.
I'm glad. Glad because, Now answer the door, Rochester. You straighten up the kitchen.
If you wish, I'll answer the door and you can...
Never mind. We'll do it my way. Today. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day.
Hiya, Jackson.
Well, Phil, hey, rehearsal isn't for an hour yet. What are you doing here so early?
Well, I just couldn't wait. I had to tell you.
Tell me what?
Well, you remember when we were in Victoria, Canada, and all the newspapers printed stories that me and Alice had another baby?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, it's true. It's true.
I know. Come on in the house.
And say, Jackson, my new baby is the cutest thing you ever laid eyes on.
Yeah? Does she look like you, Phil?
Yeah. Guy, she's beautiful.
Well, I can understand that, Phil. After all, you're such an Adonis.
Ain't I, though?
Hmm.
But you know what surprised me most of all, Jackson?
What?
Little babies are so young.
Yeah, especially the young one.
And my kid is so tiny.
Of course, all babies are tiny when they're first born.
How about Don Wilson?
Look, Phil, Wilson wasn't born. He was assembled at Lockheed. Speaking of the Flying Fortress, here he comes in for a landing. Wilson is the only guy I know that comes in on the beam and brings the beam with him. Hello, Don.
Hello, Jack. Am I in time for rehearsal?
Oh, sure. Mary isn't here yet. Say, fellas, while we're waiting, would you like a cup of coffee?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Oh, thanks, Jack. I'll have a cup.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss.
Rochester, coffee for Mr. Wilson and Mr. Harris.
Okay. Sugar and cream, gentlemen?
Yes, thank you.
Sit right down here, fellas. Would you like some toast with your coffee?
No, thanks.
Wheat rolls or donuts?
No, thanks.
Oh, Rochester, turn on the radio. Would you like some music, fellas?
No, it doesn't make any difference.
Oh, yes, it does. With music, there's a 30% entertainment tax.
Rochester, that's not my fault. It's a government regulation. Now turn on the radio and let's have some music.
And as our Melody Express rambles southward and approaches New Orleans, our quartet, High, Low, Jack, and Shapiro, will entertain you with...
Way down yonder in New Orleans, in the land of dreamy sea, there's the Garden of Eden, that's what I mean. Creole babies with flashing eyes, soft and whisper with tender sighs. Stop. Oh, won't you give your lady fair a little smile? Stop. You bet your life you'll linger there when you hear the band from Dixie. Way down yonder, go look at 'em way, way, way down yonder, way down yonder in New
Hey, fellas, that's a pretty good quartet.
Yeah, I wonder what program that is.
ladies and gentlemen, when you wake up in the morning, do you feel tired, worn out, dull, listless, and logy? You do? Well, don't expect any sympathy from me. I'm a lout. But you can get sympathy from my sponsor, the makers of Sympathy Soothing Syrup. Remember, folks, sympathy spelled backwards is yatavapus. So, folks, if you can't remember sympathy, just think of yatapamus. YHTAPMYS.
Yip-yip-yip-tappamus, 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 ride your blues away.
Turn off the radio, Rochester. You tappamus. I'll have to try some of that. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, fellas.
Hiya, Mary. How are you?
Mary, how'd you get in the house?
The door was open. Am I late for rehearsal?
No, we've got plenty of time.
I overslept.
Rochester, get Miss Livingston a cup of coffee.
Yes, sir.
No cream, no sugar, no radio.
Okay.
Say, Mary, how do you feel after our long trip?
Oh, fine, Don. And say, fellas, I must tell you something. I had the wildest dream last night.
What was it, Mary?
Well, I dreamt we were all flying back from Seattle, and Jack was the pilot.
Me?
Yeah. And right in the middle of the trip, when we were 15,000 feet in the air, you stopped the plane, turned to me and said, Mary, either kiss me or get out and walk.
Really?
Yeah. And if it wasn't a dream, I'd have broken my neck.
What a silly dream. Me, a pilot, trying to force you to kiss me.
And that's not all. When I stepped out of the plane, I kept falling. And just as I was about to hit the ground, another plane came along, and I dropped right into it. And guess who the pilot was?
Who?
You again.
Me?
So I jumped out and fell right into a wagon load of fish.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah. You look so funny lying there with your mouth wide open.
You're making up the whole thing.
I am now.
Come on, Jackson, let's get started with our rehearsal. We're going to be late to the broadcast.
Okay, wait till I get the script.
Oh, say, Jack, before we start, I want to call home. My trunk is supposed to arrive today, and I forgot to tell Butterfly about it.
Okay.
Operator. Oh, operator, get me Crestview 67071. Oh, no, you don't. What? You heard me. Now, look here, operator, will you please...
Oh, I forgot, Mary. Give me the phone. Hello, operator.
Yes?
This is JB. OK, one local. Put it through.
Yes, Mr. Betty, and welcome home.
Thank you. Here you are, Mary. She's getting your number.
Okay. Hello, Jerome? Butterfly, this is Miss Livingston.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was hoping it was my boyfriend, Jerome. You know, the soldier.
Yes, I know. Now, Butterfly, a man's going to deliver my trunk, and I want you to pay for it because I had it sent COD.
How do you pronounce that name?
Butterfly, COD is not a name. It means cash on delivery. Like OPA means Office of Price Administration. And FBI means Federal Bureau of Investigation.
My goodness. You have to go through all that just to get a trunk?
No, Butterfly. I was just giving an example of what certain groups of letters mean.
Well, Miss Livingston, the only letters I know are AWOL.
Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You know what AWOL means.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, what does it mean?
Jerome is in town.
Oh. Now, Butterfly, let's forget about Jerome for a minute.
I guess I'll have to forget about him. He came in town last week and went out with another girl.
Oh, that's too bad.
I wouldn't mind if she was half as pretty as I am.
Oh.
But I'm not half as pretty as she is.
Well, don't worry, Butterfly. Jerome will come back to you.
Do you really think so?
Well, certainly. Maybe Jerome isn't himself right now. You see, Butterfly, everybody has two sides, the good side and the bad side. And once in a while, the good side weakens a little and the bad side predominates. Do you know what I mean?
I think I do, Miss Livingston. When Jerome brings me a box of candy, it's his good side that brings it.
That's right.
But before I even get a chance to taste it, his bad side predominates the whole box.
Well, you see, Butterfly, Jerome has two sides.
Yes. Half wolf and half pea.
Well, something like that. Now, goodbye, Butterfly. Don't forget to pay for the trunk.
I won't. Goodbye, Miss Livingston.
You know how to handle her. I've certainly got to hand it to you, Mary, giving Butterfly all that hooey about the good side and the bad side.
Well, that's not hooey, Jack.
Mary's right, Jack. Everybody has two sides.
Don, you've got 4 sides, but that doesn't prove anything. 2 sides.
Well, now, this is just what I mean, Jack. You know, everybody has a split personality. It's called schizophrenia.
Schizophrenia?
Yes, it's...
Is this like you tap them this or something?
No, schizophrenia, it's that little man inside of all of us that subconsciously governs everything we do. So you see, Jack, everybody is really 2 persons.
Oh, I don't believe that stuff.
He's right, Jackson. Even you have a dull personality.
That's duo. Maybe you believe in that, Phil, but not me.
Well, certainly I believe in it. I got 2 sides to me, too.
Oh, fine.
There's one side to me that everybody knows. Harris, the show-off, the guy that loves himself, the guy that always wants to be in the limelight.
That side I know. Now, what's the other side?
Harris, the genius.
A fine genius. You're the only guy I know who sent flowers to Flat Top funeral. Besides one girl in the Times. Now, let's cut out this silly talk about people having 2 sides and get started with our rehearsal.
Jack, it's not silly talk. Even you have 2 sides.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, generally, you're a nice fellow. But on the other hand, look at the way you treat Rochester. I never saw anybody get so much out of a butler for so little.
Mary, are you suggesting that I overwork Rochester and underpay him?
That's what she said. That's what the lady said. She said that.
Rochester, this doesn't concern you. Now, come on, kid. Let's cut out all this gab about 2 sides and get started with the rehearsal. First thing you know, we'll be late for the... Come in. Yes?
Remember me? I'm Herman Peabody, the insurance salesman.
Oh, hello, Herman. Well, Herman, we just started to rehearse our program for this afternoon. We're awfully busy, so maybe you better come back some other time, huh?
All right. Don't need any insurance, do you?
Not right now. We'll talk about it the next time you come around.
All right.
Now, fellas, at the start of the program, right after Don introduces me...
No, you have a lot of funny experiences in the insurance business.
I don't doubt it, Herman. I don't doubt it. But right now...
Last week, a man wanted some life insurance, and by mistake, I sent him an automobile policy.
Well, then, instead of being here, Herman, why aren't you out rectifying the mistake?
Too late. The man died.
Well, that's a fine how do you do.
How do you do?
I don't mean that. Look, Herman, I'm thinking of the man's wife. Now, her husband wanted some life insurance. You gave him a policy for an automobile. The company wouldn't pay off on a thing like that.
Oh, they wouldn't at first, but I fixed it.
What do you mean?
I told the company he died of a rusty transmission.
You mean to say the company paid off?
More than that. They offered to send his wife a new body, but she wouldn't take it.
Oh, well, look, Herman, I told you I'm busy right now. Look, we got a rehearsal. Come back some other time, will you?
All right.
Oh, wait a minute. Come here, Herman. I want to ask you something.
Yeah?
You're a mild-mannered man, aren't you?
Yeah?
I mean, every day you do exactly the same things, don't you?
Uh-huh.
I mean, you never lose your temper, do you, Herman?
Oh, no.
There you are, Mary, and you too, Don. Your whole theory of dual personalities exploded. You can go now, Herman.
Would you like to hear about my other side?
What?
There's another side of me that's a mean, conniving, bloodthirsty monster.
Bloodthirsty monster?
Did you ever hear of Dracula?
Yes.
Kid stuff.
Now, look, Herman, you can go now. We have work to do.
Okay, I'm going outside and frighten people. Boo!
Don, pick them up and let's go on with the rehearsal. All this silly business about two sides.
Say, Jackson, it's getting pretty late. Maybe we ought to go over to the studio.
Okay, let's do that. Come on, Mary. I'll drive you over. All this silly talk about split personalities and two sides. It's ridiculous.
All right, Jack. If you don't believe it, forget about it. Let's get to the studio.
Two sides.
Jack, I'll fold your arms and put it back on the wheel.
Don't worry, my other side is driving. My other side is driving. Be careful, too, you know.
Don't be so sarcastic. Well, what are you stopping here for?
I'm going into the cigar store. I'll be right out. Split personality. Little man inside you. What bunk.
Well, sir, what can I do for you?
I'd like a cigar, please.
Yes, sir. What kind?
Oh, I don't know. I see you haven't got the kind I smoke. I just want something mild.
Well, here's a nice mild cigar for $0.25.
A quarter, eh?
And here's one a little stronger for 10 cents.
I see. Well, gee, I don't know which one to get. This one's a quarter, and that one's 10 cents, eh?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know. I like the looks of that quarter one, and yet...
You know which cigar you're going to take, Jack Perry.
What?
You're going to take the 10-cent one. You always take the 10-cent one.
Yes, but the quarter cigar is milder, and it's much better for my throat.
A lot you care about your throat. Come on, take the 10-cent one and let's get going.
No, I won't take it. I want the quarter one, do you hear? I want that quarter cigar.
I know you want the quarter cigar. But remember, Jack Benny, if you buy the one for a dime, you save 15 cents.
15 cents, 15 cents, and that ain't hay. 15 cents, and that ain't hay. 15 cents.
Stop it! I don't care about the money. I don't care what I say. I want the mild one. Hey, mister, give me that quarter cigar.
Yes, sir.
Jackie boy, reflect a little. That cigar costs a quarter. 2 dimes and a nickel. 25 pennies. Think, man. Think.
Okay. Hold it, clerk. Hold it, please.
Make up your mind, will you? Which cigar do you want?
Take it easy. I'm in conference. Oh, I don't know what to do. I want the quarter one, and yet...
You know what you're going to do, Jack Benny. You never smoked a quarter cigar in your life, did you? Did you?
Yes, I did.
Not a new one.
It was a new one. What about that time Phil Harris threw a birthday party for me? I smoked 3 of them right in a row.
Phil gave you those cigars.
He did not.
He did, too.
You're a miser, you're a miser, you're a miser, you're a miser. Bromo-seltzer, 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 bromo-seltzer.
Stop!
Yes, peppermint, yes, peppermint, yes, peppermint. Size your blues away.
Get away from me! Get away from me! You know I'll go crazy.
Will you please decide which cigar you want? There's another customer waiting.
Yes, I'd like to buy a pipe, please.
Well, I only have 2 kinds. Here's one that sells for $8, and this one's $15.
I'll take the $15 pipe.
Here you are. Thank you very much. And now what about you, Sporty?
What?
Have you made up your mind yet? You know I close at midnight.
Look. Clerk, Give me just another minute. I'll decide.
25 or 10 cents, 25 or 10 cents, 25 or 10 cents, 25
Oh,
or
boy,
10 cents.
stop! Stop, I'll go mad, I tell you. Mad. Do you hear me? Mad.
He's not as good as Paul Lucas, not as good as Paul Lucas, not as good as Paul Lucas, not as good as Paul Lucas.
How does that get in there? Say, Clerk, I made up my mind. Give me that quarter cigar.
No, Jack. You want the 10-cent one.
The quarter one.
The 10-cent one.
The quarter one.
The 10-cent one.
All right. Give me the 10-cent one. I'll take it. I knew this would happen to me. I knew it. Hey, you know, Mary?
What?
I was just thinking. You know, there might be something to that split personality thing after all. Maybe there is such a thing as a person having two sides.
Oh, you believe it now, eh? What happened in the cigar store?
Oh, nothing.
Wilson, do you by chance solve mysteries?
Mysteries? Well, Herman, I might. What is it?
Oh, it's my wife. She won't talk to me in the morning.
In the morning, you say?
Yeah, at breakfast, she just sits...
At breakfast, you say?
Yeah, she just sits...
Why, Herman, you should cheer her up with grape nuts.
Oh, did you say crispy, crunchy, moldy, rich grape nuts?
Yes, I mean, I was going to. And delicious grape nuts bring you all around whole grain.
Grape nuts bring you whole grain nourishment, the kind you need every day. Iron, niacin, extra vitamin B1. Did you say that?
Well, I was just coming to that. Grape nuts make a grand basic breakfast dish, and everybody should eat.
Everybody should eat a good breakfast. Do a better job. Did you say that?
Well, I was going to say it, Herman. And grape nuts are a swell thrifty.
They're 50 buy in a big little 12-ounce package.
Now, listen, Herman. I want you to solve a mystery for me. If you know all about delicious, malty-rich grape nuts, why don't you see that your wife eats them for breakfast?
Why, she does, Mr. Wilson. That's just the trouble. She's so busy enjoying her grape nuts, she won't talk to me.
Oh, I see. Well, Herman, there's no mystery about that. Goodbye now.
Well, folks, this concludes another half hour. We're with you next Sunday night at the same time. Say, Mary, what'd you think of the show?
Pretty good. I wish my mother'd heard it.
Why, doesn't she listen to our program?
Yeah, but she always tunes out early.
How early?
About November.
Oh, well, then maybe she missed it. I know. Good night, folks.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, friends, I have a little poem here for you tonight, and it goes something like this. A pert little welder named Susie found by 10 she felt washed out and woozy. Now, a good breakfast she takes with crisp grape nuts flakes. And at noon, she's still peppy, not snoozy. Well, you can all take a tip from Sue. Don't try to do a man-sized job on a canary-sized breakfast. After all, your vitality's low in the morning because you haven't had a thing to eat for 12 long hours. That's why doctors and dietitians say you need at least 1/4 of your entire day's nourishment at breakfast. And dietitians say it should include a cereal with whole grain food values. Well, that's the kind you get with Grape Nuts Flakes, because those tempting, toasty brown flakes are packed with energy-giving whole grain nourishment. Tomorrow, try a big bowl full of Grape Nuts Flakes. Pour on the milk, pile on the fruit. Man, what an elegant dish. So eat a good breakfast, do a better job. You'll sure enjoy those moldy-rich Great Nuts flakes. Ladies and gentlemen.
Don, hold up the introduction. Jack isn't here yet.
He isn't? Well, where is he?
Maybe he followed some babe down Vine Street and forgot to look up when he passed NBC.
Oh, now, don't be silly, Phil. Jack doesn't follow girls.
He doesn't, eh? How do you think he met me?
No kidding, Mary. Is that the way you met Jackson?
Yeah. If I didn't have to stop for that traffic light, I'd still be working at the May Company. But I'm not sorry. I'm making just as much working for Jack.
Well, gee, you're lucky. But where is Jackson anyway?
Oh, he'll show up in a minute. And fellas, wait till you see him. Oh, brother.
Why? What's the matter, Mary?
Well, Warner's called him up and told him they wanted to make a big feature picture called The Life of Jack Benny.
The Life of Jack Benny?
Yeah, and you know, fellas, since Jack found out about it, he's absolutely unbearable. I never saw such conceit in all my life.
Well, if that's the case, when Jackson gets here, I'm leaving.
Leaving? Why?
Well, if he's getting to be anything like me, there'll be no standing the guy.
You said it, Phil. Uh-oh, here he comes now.
Well, hello, everybody. Hello, Donald.
Hello, Jack.
Philip.
Hello.
How do you do, Miss Livingston?
Jack Benny, take off that monocle.
It's not a monocle. I broke my bifocals and managed to save one focal. Here, Donald, take my gloves and cane. Thank you. There.
Gloves and cane? Oh, boy, are you snooty.
Phil, the gloves are snooty. The cane is necessary.
Go ahead, have your little fun. But you'll all apologize when you know what's happened to me.
We know.
Yes, Jack. Mary told us that Warner Brothers were going to make a picture about your life.
Yes, sir. The same studio that made the life of Emile Zola, the life of Louis Pasteur, the life of Mark Twain, and now, the life of Jack Benny. Now cut that out. Smart aleck musician.
You know, Jackson, I can't understand. I can't understand any studio wanting to make a picture of your life.
Now, what do you mean?
Well, I'm the guy, color, glamour, excitement. That's what they should make. The life of Phil Harris.
The life of Phil Harris?
Why, sure.
Phil, the story of your life wouldn't pass the Hayes office if it was endorsed by Good Housekeeping. So don't be ridiculous.
All right. So what's so good housekeeping about your life? What makes your life so interesting?
Well, my life is a story of adventure, courage, the real true life of Jack Benny. Now stop with that. Enough's enough. Listen, Phil, you may not believe this, but my life has been one adventure after another. It started when I ran away from home to face the world all by myself.
How old were you?
32.
I was 27. I remember because I didn't want to leave until I finished high school. 32. Well, fellas, I have to leave you now. You see, they're making my life. Rochester's waiting in the car to take me to Warner Brothers.
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. We got a radio program to do.
Radio? Radio.
Yeah, radio. R-A-D.
Oh, brother, is he going to have trouble when television comes in? Anyway.
Television. T-E-L-U.
Never mind. Come on, Mary, you can go with me.
Okay.
Gee, Mary, just to think of it gives me a thrill. Imagine on the marquees of theaters all over the country, in big bright lights, the life of Jack Benny. Oh, shut up. Come on, Mary.
easy, Rochester. Watch where you're going.
Oh, Jack, don't be so nervous.
I'm not nervous.
You must be, boss. You're telling me to take it easy and you're driving.
What? Wait a minute, Rochester. When we started out, you were driving. What happened?
Remember that big bump we hit back there?
Yes?
Well, when those people put us back in the car, they put us in wrong.
Oh. Well, Rochester, you take the wheel now. And hurry up. I want to get to the studio. Say, Mary, I just thought of something. If they're going to make the story of my life, I shouldn't only be acting in it, I should direct it.
Jack.
And not only that, who knows my life better than I do? I should write it, too.
Well, if you do all that, you might as well produce it.
Yeah.
That'll look fine on the screen. The Life of Jack Benny, starring Jack Benny, directed by Jack Benny, written by Jack Benny, and produced by Jack Benny.
Gee, won't that look swell?
Well, and monotonous.
Oh, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with that. Gee, The Life of Jack Benny, starring Jack Benny, directed by Jack Benny, and produced by Jack Benny. What are you laughing at?
I'll lend you my girdle and you can be your own leading lady.
No, that'd be going too far. Gosh, imagine the story of my life. Rochester, let's put the top down so people can see me.
So people can see you. Oh, Jack.
That's nothing, Miss Livingston. This morning he wanted to ride down Hollywood Boulevard on a white horse like Lady Godiva.
Lady Godiva?
Yeah, but his toupee wasn't long enough.
Rochester, I was just going to do that to save gas. That's all.
I wonder how I'd look on a white horse.
Never mind. Now, Rochester, we have quite a ways to go yet, so turn on the radio. Might as well have some entertainment.
Okay.
So remember, folks, if you feel dull, listless, and logy, try Sympathy Soothing Syrup. Sympathy spelled backwards is Yatapamist. The Y-H-T-A-P-M-Y-S.
Get something else, Rochester.
Ladies and gentlemen, is your mattress lumpy? Do you feel like you've been sleeping uphill? If you do, discard your old mattress and get yourself a genuine Sleepmore. Sleepmore spelled backwards is Erompeel. E-R-O-M-P-E-E-L-S.
Oh, Rochester. Rochester, get something else.
Okay.
So remember, folks, eat a good breakfast and do a better job. And you can do that by eating Baldy-Rich Sweet as a Nut Break Nuts Flakes. Break Nuts Flakes spelled backwards is Seek-Out Stun Apart.
Seek-Out Stun Apart?
S-E-K-A-L-M-S-T-U-N-E-P-A-R-G.
Hey, now that's a clever commercial.
Television. T-E-L-U.
Shut it off, Rochester. Shut it off. Say, we're here at the studio. Stop right at the main gate.
Okay, boss.
Now, let's see. Where's Jerry Wall's office? He's in charge of production for my picture.
Maybe it's down this corridor.
Yeah. Here are some offices. Let's see. Waterman, Silverman, Overman, Gentleman. Kern, Kirchhoff, Wall. Here it is.
Yes?
I'm Jack Benny. Mr. Wall is expecting me.
Mr. Wall is in conference. Would you mind waiting?
Not at all. Come on, Mary. Let's sit down over here.
Say, Jack.
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 What?
Look at that fella sitting on the other side of the room. Isn't that Danny Kaye?
Danny Kaye? Where?
Reading that newspaper.
Oh, yeah. And he used to be such a nice kid.
Used to be? What did he ever do to you?
What did he do to me? Did you see that Samuel Goldwyn picture he made, Up in Arms?
Yes, he was a big hit in it. He was sensational. What about it?
What about it? I'm having enough trouble with Paul Lucas.
Oh, Jack.
And now Danny Kaye. Get that nonchalant manner. Sitting there reading that newspaper. Look at that expression on his face. Loaded with confidence.
Jack, that's a picture of Wilkie on the back page.
Oh, Wilkie is? Hasn't anybody told him yet? Anyway, that Danny Kaye burns me up.
You know, Jack, I can't understand it. Every time somebody makes a little progress, you get sore at him.
I do not.
You do, too. When Mickey Rooney put on long pants, you stopped talking to him.
I did not.
Why, you even bit Lassie.
Well, she bit me first. Anyway, this is different. I practically gave Danny Kaye his start. Well, I remember the day he came to me for advice, and I was fool enough.
Oh, Jack, Danny sees you and he's coming over.
Oh, well, I'll just have to hide my feelings.
Hello, Jack. Oh, hello, Mary. How are you, Jack?
I'm fine. How's your mother, Danny?
She's fine.
And your father?
Oh, he's fine, too.
Well, the next time you see them, tell them they certainly have a louse for a son.
Jack.
Well?
Jack, what's the matter? What's happened? I thought we were friends.
Friends? A lot you know about friendship. I heard about that rumor you're spreading around that you're the new comedy sensation.
Oh, now, Jack, I didn't spread that rumor. And look, I'm sorry my picture was a big hit.
Oh, sure.
And if it'll make you feel any better, I'm sorry that I came to Hollywood.
I'll bet.
Oh, really, I am. I'm sorry Up in Arms was a success, and I'm sorry that I was funny in it.
Being sorry doesn't help. You made the picture, you were a hit, and the damage is done. It's too late to apologize.
Oh, Danny, don't pay any attention to him.
Mary, what's the matter with you?
He's jealous of any newcomer that's a big success.
Oh, God, Jack, I wouldn't hurt you for the world. I know how you love show business. I wouldn't do anything to take the bread and Nuco out of your mouth.
Go ahead, keep talking. I know what you're thinking, Bud.
No, Jack, you've got me all wrong. I've always been your fan. Why, I've followed your career for years.
Really? Well,
sure, Jack, and I could never hope to become as popular as you used to be.
Used to be?
I mean, used to was. Used to are. Was. All right,
better.
Jack. Honestly, Jack, I think you're great. No kidding. And in fact, every time I pass a theater where your picture is playing, I go in to see it. Well, you know, I saw George Washington slept here 4 times.
So what? I saw it 20 times. I'm going again tonight. So there.
Oh, can I go with you, Jack?
Don't give me any. What?
I could see your picture every night. I think you're the greatest comedian in the world.
You do?
Yeah. I think you're swell.
Oh. Well, then I'm sorry I acted the way I did, Danny. I think you're pretty swell, too.
No, but you're sweller than I am, Jack.
No, Danny, you're the swellest.
Oh, no, Jack, you're the swellest.
Well.
As soon as the swelling goes down, can I get a word in here?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. Danny and I were just complimenting each other. Oh, say, Danny, you know, Jerry Wall sent for me because Warner Brothers are going to make a picture of my life. And to show you how much I really like you, I'm going to ask them if they can't find something for you to do in my picture.
Oh, gee, that'd be wonderful, Jack.
Now, Danny, I know you can sing and dance, but can you act?
Can I act? You know I studied with Stanislavski.
Stanislavski?
Why, of course. His method is famous all over the world.
It is?
Of course it is. Let me give you a picture of one of his disciples. Who is the world's greatest actor? And how did I hear that way? a genius, the greatest projector who ever wore a toupee. Who made me most miserable Hamlet, the deadest Romeo who died for his bride. Who made me most awful Dr. Jekyll, and then made me high. Stanislavski of the Moscow Theater. Stanislavski, a director from the heart. I will never forget the day I first met the great master. He took me by the hand and beat my head against the wall. And in one word, he told me the secret of the great Stanislavski method. Suffer! That's all. Suffer! You must live before you give. Suffer! You must ache before you make. Suffer! You must think before you think. Suffer! 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 Suffer!
Hello.
Suffer! And the audience suffers with you. Stanislavski. I will never forget the day they give me first part to play. I'm supposed to play part of sailor. But first I must suffer. What I'm going to do? I join Navy, become sailor. First day out, big storm. At first I was afraid I was going to die. Then I was afraid I wasn't going to die. But I suffered. I came back to Moscow, and in this part, I was wowed. Here is what the great critic George G. Sasha Vladimir Nathan said. Господин Горяченко, зачем это ночь как была хорошо? Ты лишь красивый большой. Люди там тоже дрожь починяют. He says, why is not even дядя брошь? Just like in America, 3.5 stars. So if you want career on stage, you mustn't dream of merely acting. Use the Stanislavski method of mental chiropractic. Be a tree, be a sled, be a purple spool of thread, be a storm, a piece of lace, a subway train, an empty space, take it fast, take it slow. Hello, Mo, hello, Joe, I just got back from Woodlow Show. Stanislavski. I will never forget the day Louella Parsons said I stink. I was playing part of stable boy. It was in Great Russian Tragedy. It was beautiful. Everybody died. I also played part in Great Russian Comedy. Everybody died. But they died happy. This makes it funny. But I will never forget the day of my greatest triumph. I was playing part of antique mahogany bureau. So convincing in the third act, my drawers fell out. And who was the man who loosened my screws? Who pulled me all apart? Stanislavski of the Moscow.
That was great. I'll find room for that in my picture if I have to cut myself out of one scene.
Oh, thanks, Jack. I hope you can fix it.
Oh, Mr. Benny, Mr. Wall will see you now.
Thank you. Come on, Mary. You too, Danny. Hello, Mr. Wall.
Hello, Mr. Wall.
Hello, Mr. Wall.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, Danny. Hello, Mary. Sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go out and get a chair for myself.
Oh, excuse me, Mary. Take my chair.
Well, Jack, I'll bet you're pretty excited now that Warner Brothers are going to make the story of your life.
Yes, I'm quite thrilled.
We've got the whole thing laid out, Jack. We're going to make your entire life story from the day you were born to the day you died.
Died? How can that be?
When you start acting and the director says shoot, he won't be kidding.
Mary, don't be so funny. Anyway, that picture's going to be directed by me.
You? You're going to direct the picture?
I'm going to write it, too.
Oh.
Direct it and write it, huh? Yes, sir. Who's going to supervise it? I am. Who's going to produce it? I am. Who's going to finance it?
May I have the next dance with you, Miss Livingston?
Danny, please. Now, look, Jack. We've been making pictures for a long time, and you're not going to tell us how to run our business.
Well...
Now, get this. We're going to make a picture called The Life of Jack Benny, and you're not going to direct it.
I'm not?
No. And you're not going to write it, supervise it, or produce it.
Well, Mr. Wall, I guess you're right. I should be satisfied just starring in it. I am going to star in it, ain't I?
Well, Jack, that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Mary, give me back the chair. What did you want to talk to me about, Mr. Wall?
Well, we feel that somebody else ought to play the part of Jack Benny.
Somebody else? For heaven's sake, what's the matter with me?
Well, you've been Jack Benny too long.
What?
We feel that we ought to inject some new blood.
New blood? Any blood will help.
Mary, you keep out of this. Well, look, Mr. Wall, if you don't think I'm capable of playing myself in my own picture, who did you have in mind?
Danny Kaye?
Danny Kaye?
Yes, that's why I sent for him.
You sent for... Danny, don't just sit there. Say something.
Well, I go tell the Mel now, Gail, Jack, now.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Now, Danny Kaye, you knew about this all the time.
No, I didn't, Jack. Really, I didn't. This is all a surprise to me.
Imagine even thinking of making the picture of my life without me being in it.
Jack, I didn't say you weren't going to be in it. I have something very important for you.
You have?
Yes. You're going to play the part of your father.
My father?
Yes. Danny Kaye will be your son. Oh, and I think Mary will be excellent in the part of Jack's childhood sweetheart.
So do I. You keep out of this.
Yes, Father.
Don't bother me, you traitor.
All right, boys. Now let's cut out this argument. Now, here's the scene I want you to try, Danny. It's where you come in and ask your father for money to buy a violin. You read the father's part, Jack.
Okay. Why, I'll never know.
Stop mumbling. All right, go ahead, Danny. Now remember, you're asking your father for money, and you're Jack Benny at the age of 9.
Yes, sir.
I got to about
Wait a minute. When I was 9 years old, I could talk. Now read it right.
Go ahead, Danny. Ask the old man again.
Okay. Dadichka. Could I please have $4 to buy a violin, Dadichka, please?
Just a minute. What's the idea of doing Russian?
Well, isn't Waukegan in Russia?
Oh, it's in Illinois. Jeepers.
Now try it again, Danny, and remember, you're a little country boy.
Uh-huh, okay.
Hey, Paul. Hey, Paul, could I have $4 to kind of buy myself a fiddle and a place?
Stop it! What do you think I was when I was a kid? A moron?
And besides, he outgrew it.
Yes, heavens to Betsy.
Danny, you better try it as a city boy.
A city boy? Okay. Hey, Baldy! Hey, Baldy, can I put the bite on this for 4 foxskins to buy a scratch box? Everybody in Brooklyn is playing them. I want to get one of the scratch boxes.
Now, cut that out! Now, look here, Mr. Wall. If this is the way you're going to do the story of my life, you can drop the whole thing.
All right, then. We won't make the picture.
Now, let's not be hasty, Mr. Wall. What's bothering you?
You're bothering me, and I'm sick of it. We're not going to make the life of Jack Benny.
Well, that's okay with me. Goodbye. Come on, Mary. Come on, Danny. Imagine pulling that stuff on us.
Oh, but, Jack, this was a great opportunity for me. I don't know when I'll ever get another chance like that.
Look, Danny, let me give you a little piece of advice. You're a very clever kid.
You're very talented, and you've got a lot of charm. But take it easy. Climb the ladder of success slowly. One rung at a time.
Yes, Jack.
And when you do get to the top, don't let it go to your head. Don't ever be hammy.
I won't, Jack.
Come on, kid. Let's go see George Washington slept here. Come on, come on.
The Fitz Bandwagon.
A while and a song me a style use Fitz shampoo. Don't scare you your head, shake your hair, use Fitz shampoo.
The F.W. Fitz Company, makers of those fine Fitz products, present the Fitz Bandwagon, starring Phil Harris and Alice Faye. Do you want an effective way of solving your dandruff problem, a way that's simple and easy too? Well, what way could be easier than shampooing your dandruff away with Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo? As for effectiveness, we point to the fact that Fitch is the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. All you have to do is apply Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo directly to your hair and scalp before wetting the hair. It is important to remember to apply Fitch's before adding water to the hair because this gives its solvent action full opportunity to dissolve dandruff. After massaging your scalp for a few moments, add water. Handfuls of fluffy lather will form to cleanse the hair and scalp and carry away the dissolved dandruff flakes. Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo has been granted the Good Housekeeping Seal and the Parents Magazine Commendation Seal. Use it regularly for immaculately clean, dandruff-free hair. Remember to ask for Fitch, F-I-T-C-H, Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. And now the bandwagon brings you Alice Faye and Phil Harris.
Hey, Edwin, here he comes.
When?
Right there, coming out of the Jack Benny show.
Oh, that ain't him.
Yeah, it must be. He's wearing 2 polo coats.
Nah, it ain't him.
Let's ask him, hey.
Yeah, I don't want to ask him. You ask him.
Nah, you asked him. I already asked at Lon Chaney Jr.
Okay. Hiya, Jackson. Are you Phil Harris?
Well, who do I look like with these golden curls? Guy Lombardo?
Hey, Red. He made up funny.
Yeah, never mind that, Edwin. Go ahead, ask him.
What a delightful character. Up till now, I never knew theme song had a brother.
Can we have your autograph?
Can you have my autograph? Well, now, kid, you're living. You're getting smart. You'll be out of here in a few days. You're talking like a guy in a one-piece suit now. Yeah, you can have my autograph. Now, let me see. Phil Harris. There you are.
You see, Red, it's like I told you. He can't do right.
Yeah. Sure, but he'd have never made it if you hadn't guided his hand.
Hello, Mr. Harris.
Hiya, Dick. You got my car ready?
Yes, sir. Right over here with the motor running.
Thanks, kid. Here. Buy yourself a great big box of Snickers.
Gee, thanks. Oh, say, Mr. Harris, I've noticed you're always in such a hurry every Sunday. How come you're so anxious to get home?
How old are you, kid?
14. Why?
I think it's time you had a nice long talk with your father.
Huh?
Never mind. See you next Sunday. So long, Richard.
Here he goes, Red.
Yeah.
So long, Phil.
So long, Irwin.
Gee, he's a swell guy, ain't he, Red?
I think he's a muzzler.
What do you mean? He's all right. And boy, does he drive a snappy-looking car.
So would you if you had Alice Faye's money.
Hey, you going out towards the valley, Pops?
Yes, I sure am, son.
Well, then I'll give you a lift. Hop in.
Oh, thank you.
Kind of hot for hitchhiking, ain't it, Pops?
You ain't saying nothing wrong, son. But I sure loves California. You local boy, son?
No, I'm from out of state.
Come here looking for work, eh?
Well, you might say that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Pretty nice car you got here for a berry picker.
No, Pops. I'm more of a knowledge picker.
Oh, from Fresno.
No, from Martinis.
Say, you snuck up on my blind side with that one, son. Martinis.
Say, how far out you going, Pops?
Oh, Bakersfield.
Oh. Got a job up there?
Nope.
Going up to see your family?
Nope.
Then why are you going to Bakersfield?
Got a gal up there.
Oh. You, Pops, I didn't know there was that much Wheaties in the world.
Oh, yes. I go up to see her every month. Used to go up every week.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sort of got out of the habit during gas rationing.
Well, yeah. Let me ask you something, Pop. This girl of yours, how's she feel about marriage?
Oh, she's all for it.
Well, that's fine.
Yep. So's her husband.
You sure get around, Dad.
They don't call me Speedy for nothing. Oh, sure. Say, what'd you say you do for a living, son?
Oh, I do a little radio singing now and then, sing on the radio.
Oh, you do? Huh?
Yeah. You ever listen to the radio?
Once in a while.
Well, then let's turn it on. Let's have a little music then,
It's a good idea, son. You ain't one of them sons of the pioneers, be you?
No, Pops. I couldn't quite make that group. You see, I lean more toward the, more like stuff that they're playing right now. Folks are dumb where I come from. They ain't had any learning. Still they're happy as can be, doing what comes naturally. Doing what comes naturally. Folks like us could never fuss with schools and books and learning. Still we've gone from A to Z, doing what comes naturally. Doing what comes naturally. You don't have to know how to read or write when you're out with a girl in the pale moonlight. You don't have to come from a great big town just to go picking berries in an evening gown. That comes naturally, ooh, so naturally. My uncle out in Texas can't even write his name. He signs his check with X's, but they cash them just the same. Uncle Ben got angry when they caught him stealing chicken. I'm within my rights, said he, doing what comes naturally. You don't have to go to a private school not to pick up a penny near a stubborn mule. You don't have to have a professor's dome not to go for the honey when the bee's at home. That comes naturally.
Hey, son,
so
just
natural.
a minute, Johnny boy. Hey.
Okay, Pop, just a second.
Excuse me, son. You can let me off here. I turn right at this next corner.
Well, it'll be a pleasure, Pops. Okay.
Well, thanks for the lift, son.
Well, you're perfectly welcome, but wait a minute. You didn't tell me how you like my song.
You say you make your living singing like that?
That's right.
Well, then, I got a piece of advice for you.
Advice? What is it?
Son, save your money.
So long, Speedy. How do you like that Civil War wise time? Just for that, I hope that the next ride he gets is on a motorcycle. Oh, well, I like it. Grandpa Dick was always sick, but never saw a doctor. He just died at 93, doing what comes naturally. Anybody home? Hey, Alice. Hey, Glamour girl.
Hello there. Is that you, lover?
Heck, no, it's your husband. Come on over here, Amber, you beautiful thing, and give me a great big kiss.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, honey.
Oh, what's the matter?
You ain't giving. I should have gone on to Bakersfield.
What?
Let it go. You're too beautiful to quibble with, you luscious creature, you. Hey, I can smell that dinner cooking, and, honey, I'm really hungry.
Well, we'll be eating in a minute. Come on in the living room.
Living room?
Mm-hmm. I want you to hear something on the radio.
All right, honey, but let's eat. I'm starved. Hey, that's that number from Annie Get Your Gun.
Oh, dear, that's the one we like so much. I wanted you to hear it.
Well, all right, then lay it on me.
Well, I will. They say that falling in love is wonderful. It's wonderful. So they say. And with the moon up above, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. So they tell me I can't recall who said it. I know I never read it. I only know they tell me that love is grand. The thing that's known as romance is wonderful, wonderful in every way. So they say.
You know something, honey? That Berlin's got a great future. I love that boy. But let's get into the food, huh?
Well, how do you like that? When you met me, I was singing a Berlin tune. You didn't think about food then.
Yeah, but you ain't worked in so long, I'm starving. Well, I am. I can't help it. Well, I worked hard this afternoon.
I know it, right? The thing that's known as romance is wonderful, wonderful.
And they fall down for Sinatra.
In every way, so they say.
Oh, honey. Gee whiz, you're my girl. You know, I could listen to you sing all night. I don't care now if I never eat.
So before I see about dinner, let's get serious for a moment. You know, something awful happened today.
What?
You know that favorite doll of Baby Alice's?
Hildegard?
Yeah. That's the one. Well, when I backed the car out of the garage this morning, it was lying in the driveway, and I ran over it.
Oh, honey, that's murder. That's murder. Well, she's nuts about that doll.
I know I feel awful about it, and I haven't the heart to tell her.
Gee, if it wasn't Sunday, I'd run out and get her another one just like it, but now we're kind of in a spot.
I know. And she'll never go to bed without it.
Well, I guess one of us is going to have to tell her.
Oh, gee, I hate to do it.
Well, don't worry too much about it, honey. I'll break it to her easy, you know. Use a little childish psychology. Hello, baby Alice.
Hello, Daddy.
How's my big girl today?
Fine.
What are you doing out here?
Making mud pies.
Uh-huh. But look, honey, Daddy's got something that he really ought to tell you.
Yes, Daddy.
Well, it's
Yes?
Well, look, don't ever eat none of them mud pies. It might poison you.
Is that all you wanted to tell me, Daddy?
No, honey, it's something else. Look, baby, everybody in the world, grown-ups and little girls, too, has something that he loves very much. And then when someone comes along and takes it away from us, well, we feel pretty bad. Do you understand what I mean?
Oh, yes. Like when Mr. Benny cuts out all your lines.
Look, honey, that's just some of your mama's propaganda. You've been listening to your mother again. That's what you've been doing. That's not it at all. I'm talking about you.
Me?
Yes, well, you and Hildegard.
What about Hildegard?
Honey, Hildegard's sick.
Sick? What's wrong with her, Daddy?
Well, she's a little run down.
Does she have the measles?
No, not the measles. It's more of a case of curvature of the driveway.
Where's Hildegard now?
They had to take her to the hospital.
Oh, when Hildegard comes home, will she bring another little dolly with her?
No. No, honey, I don't think so.
But when Mommy goes to the hospital, she always...
That's not the same thing.
Daddy, why don't we call up the hospital and see how she is?
Well, I'd like to call up the hospital, honey, but I don't want to disturb her because, well, she is so sick they say they might have to perform an appendectomy.
Appendectomy?
You know, take out her tonsils.
Phil, did you talk to baby Alice?
Yes, honey, I had a talk with her.
How did she take the bad news?
Well, I started to tell her that Hildegard had been run over, but... Oh, honey, I just couldn't do it.
What did you tell her?
I don't know. One thing led to another, and now she thinks her dolly's sick in a hospital.
Oh, Phil, you shouldn't have made up a story like that.
I know. Every time I get in a thing like this, I always open my big, fat mouth and then louse it up.
Well, then why do you keep doing it?
Who knows? It must be the Molotov in me.
Well, how do we stand now?
We don't stand so good. Now she wants to phone the hospital and find out how her dolly is.
Oh, fine. And how do you plan to do that?
Well, I got a little plan. I don't know, but I thought that maybe if you went upstairs on the other extension and pretended that you were a nurse, well, we might get away with it.
All right, let's try it, but honestly, I don't think much of the idea.
Now, don't slough it off, honey. This is the biggest part you've had since Fallen Angel.
Daddy, can we call the hospital now?
Yes, my little lady, right this minute. I'm going to get them on the phone. Hello, operator. Would you get me the General Hospital? Hello, General Hospital? Do you have a patient there named Hildegard? Oh, you do, nurse? Well, I want you to talk to a little girl here and give her a full report on the patient. You will? Oh, fine. Here, baby Alice. Now you talk to the nurse.
Hello.
Hello. General Hospital. Nurse Brandon speaking.
Oh, hello, Mommy. What are you doing on the other extension?
Oh, Harris, you liver lip bungler, you.
How about your coffee? Shall we have it here or in the living room?
No coffee for me, honey. I'm too full. That was a big dinner.
Did you really enjoy it?
Enjoy it? Man, that meal tasted better than the second course of That's What I Like About the South. Turnip greens and all. Hey, where are the kids?
Well, it's about their bedtime. Sissy's upstairs getting them undressed.
You know something? I've been so busy with baby Alice, I hardly got a chance to talk to Phyllis. What's that little rascal been up to today?
Oh, she was helping Luigi in the garden. She just discovered how to turn on the sprinklers.
Hey, that's pretty cute.
Luigi didn't think so. He was cutting the grass at the time.
Well, a little water wouldn't hurt that guy anyway.
Oh, honey, by the way, I meant to speak to you about Phyllis. I don't think she should watch you shave in the morning.
Why not?
Well, because today I found her copying you.
She didn't get my razor, did she?
No, but I caught her looking at herself in the bathroom mirror and saying, "Handsome brute, oh, handsome brute."
So what? She's a cute kid, too.
Oh, honey, look at the time. We'd better get upstairs and say goodnight to the baby.
All right, we'll go up and say goodnight to him, but here's where the trouble starts again. You know that baby Alice never goes to sleep without that doll.
Well, best thing is to try and get her mind off it. Get her to think about something else, huh?
Think about something else. Okay, I'll try, but that ain't going to be easy. That's like asking Tommy Manville to concentrate on one dame.
Hi, my little girls. All ready for bed, baby?
Yes, Mommy. Baby's ready, too.
You know you kids are getting to look more like your mommy every day.
We are, Daddy.
Yeah, but cheer up, honey. You may outgrow it.
Thank you very much.
Sing us a song, Mommy. Sing us a song. Please, Mommy.
Now, calm down. In a minute, huh?
Daddy, you know about my dolly, Hildegard. Well, she's
Yes, I know, honey, I know. But don't worry about that tonight, because Daddy's going to tell you a wonderful story. The one I'm going to tell you is about Jack and the Beanstalk.
Gee, that's a good one, Daddy.
You like the way Daddy tells his stories, don't you, Phyllis?
No. I like the funny faces he makes.
Now, wait a minute. Let's don't have any cracks, baby. Just listen.
Hurry up, Daddy. Tell the story.
All right. Well, let me see. Oh, yes. A long, long time ago, there was a little boy named Jack. And he lived with his mother in the middle of a beautiful forest. But although they lived in this beautiful woods and their cottage was all neat and clean, they were very, very poor.
Were they awfully poor, Daddy?
Honey, they were so poor they had nothing to eat but old pieces of bread. And poor little Jack had to hold his pants up with Hoover buttons. Finally, things got so bad, well, there was just one thing to do. Jack's mother decided to sell the old family cow so they'd have money to buy food.
But, Daddy, if they were that hungry, why didn't they eat the cow?
Well, honey, they couldn't eat meat. They was veterinarians.
Oh.
Well, anyway, Jack put an old piece of rope around the cow's neck and took it off to the market. Now, he was gone for 3 whole days, and his poor old mother was half out of her mind. But at last Jack came home, and his mother asked for the money, but Jack said, Well, I sold a cow, Mama, but instead of money, a nice old man gave me these 3 wonderful magic beans. So Jack's mother looked at him and said, "Why, Jack, you dear, sweet boy." And with that, she drove him 6 feet into the ground with a 2x4.
Phil, she did no such thing.
Maybe not, but that's what my old lady would have done.
Please.
Tell some more, Daddy.
Well, Mama, you stay out of it. Well, Jack's mother was very, very angry, and she threw the beans out the window. And once again, they had to go to bed that night without any supper at all.
But if they were so hungry, why didn't they eat the beans?
Because that would have loused up the rest of my story. Now listen. Anyway, early the next morning, Jack woke up, looked out in the backyard, and there was a beautiful beanstalk 90 stories high. So Jack started climbing up the beanstalk. He climbed and climbed and climbed some more. Honey, he went up that beanstalk faster than Gene Kelly with a hot foot. And when he got to the top, what do you suppose he saw?
A great big giant and a great big castle.
That's right. And the big giant had a magic chicken that laid golden eggs. So Jack hid in the corner until the giant went fast asleep. Then he tiptoed out and with hardly a sound, quick as a wink, grabbed the chicken and lit out for home. Jack went down the beanstalk fast he could with that mean giant crowding him all the way. But Jack got down first, grabbed up a big old axe, and disconnected that vine with 2 quick blows.
And the giant fell down and was killed. And Jack and his mother lived happily ever after.
No. Not exactly. You see, the kid was indicted on 3 counts of manslaughter. And Jack and his mama had to hire a pretty smart lawyer to beat that rap.
Phil.
But, Daddy, what happened to the chicken that laid the golden egg?
What are you asking? Look, the lawyer laid a bill on Jack for $28 grand, and the chicken wore itself out trying to meet the payment.
Oh, Phil.
What's the matter?
You know that's nothing like the real story.
Well, that's the way you used to tell it in reform school.
Daddy, tell another story. Please tell another story.
Some other time, babies. Now, you both better get some sleep, huh?
Daddy, about Hildegard,
Look, baby, look. I'm sorry, I got a confession to make. Your dolly's not really in the hospital. Daddy was only fibbing. You see,
Yes, honey, it was an accident. I backed over Hildegard with the car.
I know, Mommy.
You know? Well, then why didn't you say something before?
Well, I didn't mention it because I didn't want Mommy to feel bad.
Oh. That's Daddy's little girl who said that. I love you, honey. What do you think about that, Mommy?
Oh, that's awfully sweet of you, baby. But I thought Hildegard was your very, very favorite doll.
Yes, but I will miss her much. She's gotten to be an awful problem child lately.
That's right, sweetheart. Not only that, Daddy's going to get you another dolly in the morning. So why don't you 2 little girls be real sweet now, and let's turn out the lights, huh?
But Mommy was going to sing for us.
All right, when Daddy turns out the light, I'll sing.
There you are.
Good night, my love. The tired old moon is descending. Good night, my love. My moment with you now is ending. It was so heavenly holding you close to me. It will be heavenly to hold you again in my dreams. The stars above have promised
will meet us tomorrow. Till then, my love, how dreary the new day will seem. So for the present, dear, we'll have to part. Good night, my love. Sleep tight, my love. Remember that you're mine, all mine. Good night, good night.
Good night, Mommy. Good night, Daddy. Good night.
Good night, baby.
Good night, you rascals.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Styles of dress change with the seasons. Right now, it's light prints and cottons for most women. However, the season for bright, attractive hair never changes. And the need for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo never changes. For Fitch has been the favorite hair beauty treatment with millions of smart women for years. Fitch Shampoo is a top-ranking favorite because it does so much for the hair. It leaves it with a gleaming, silky texture, lovely to touch and lovely to look at. Fitch makes swirls of rich, creamy lather that reconditions as it cleanses, puts new life and luster into tired hair strands, and leaves the scalp with a fresh, invigorating feeling. Then, since Fitch is entirely soluble in water, the lather rinses out completely, leaving the hair sparkling with natural highlights. See for yourself the shining new loveliness Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo can give your hair. Ask for an economical bottle of Fitch at your drug or toilet goods counter, or have a professional application at your beauty shop.
Well, now that the children are in bed, what would you like to do this evening?
Well, I'd just soon sit here with you and kind of take it easy.
Okay.
Come on over here, beautiful. Let's get cozy, huh?
All right. You mean like this?
Sure. That's more like it. Now turn around here a minute.
Oh. Well, why that great big sigh, Phil?
Oh, nothing. I was just wondering how Speedy's making out in Bakersfield.
Tune in next week when the F.W. Fitch Company again brings you the Fitch Bandwagon with Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Until then...
Good night.
Good night, everybody. See you next Sunday.
Original music for this broadcast was composed and conducted by Walter Sharp. Alice Faye appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox.
Have a while, let a song be your style. Use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair, use Fitch shampoo.
After and between Fitch shampoos, you can keep your hair shining and manageable by using a few drops of Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic every day. Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic is not sticky or greasy, yet it gives your hair that well-groomed look. This is Charles Lyon. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Tonight marks a very special occasion in my career as a newspaper woman. Although I've known our guest of this evening many, many years, this is the first time I've had the pleasure of interviewing him on my program. He is a star of stage, screen, and radio, and a well-known comedian.
A very well-known comedian.
A very well-known comedian. He's been in radio since 1932 and was born in Waukegan, Illinois, 55 years ago.
39 years ago.
39 years ago. He's not only a comedian and a very fine actor, but he is an accomplished
violinist.
In appearance, I would say that he is about 5 feet 10, weighs 160 pounds, has square shoulders, is slightly gray, and has blue eyes.
Robin egg blue.
Robin egg blue. As a matter of fact, this gentleman is so well known that he doesn't need an introduction. So here he is.
Now, wait a minute, Louella. Don't you think you should have mentioned my name? There may be a few people who are still in doubt.
I don't think so. I said you were slightly gray, weighed 160 pounds, and had blue eyes. That describes you, doesn't it?
No, I don't know. I went fishing last week and caught a tuna that answered the same description. Thank you, Louella. We have no audience. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny. Louella, I appreciate this opportunity of appearing on your program, and as a special treat, I brought along my violin.
Oh, Jack, you can play later. Right now, I have a few questions that I'm sure our radio audience would like you to answer.
Oh, but you will let me play the violin.
Yes, in a few minutes.
Oh.
Now, Jack, you've been sort of a pioneer in radio and very successful. So it will be very interesting to know what you think about television.
Well, Louella, there's no question in my mind that television will be the most important medium of entertainment in the history of show business. And it is just a matter of time when there will be a television set in almost every home in the country.
I'm sure you're right, Jack. But what are your plans? Do you intend to take an active part in this new medium?
Yes, in a modest way. Right now I have a small store on Temple Street, and as the television sets continue to sell, I will branch out and try to get a franchise a little further uptown. Can I play my violin now?
Wait a minute, Jack.
Oh.
Do you mean to say you're going to sell television sets instead of continuing your career as an entertainer?
Well, I might do both. That is, if I can find someone I can trust to mind the store. You see, Louella, television is an entirely new technique, and it calls for perfection, not only in voice, but also in appearance.
You mean that when a face travels through a cable, it may not look so good when it comes out?
Yes, that's it exactly. I don't mean that I'm not handsome enough or that I'm not photogenic.
The word is telegenic.
Oh. Then why didn't we change it this morning? We went over it 3 times. Can I play my violin now?
Later, Jack.
Oh. But I want to play Schubert's Unfinished Symphony, and I'm afraid if I don't start now, I won't have time to finish it. It's such a long piece.
Don't worry, Jack. You'll have time.
I hope so. I bought a new string just for this program, and I'm anxious to hear how it sounds. I've been playing on 3 strings for so long. What else would you like to know about me, Louella?
Well, Jack, there's been a lot of publicity about your career in radio and pictures, but very little about your early years. How did you happen to leave Waukegan?
Waukegan? Well, I decided it wasn't big enough for me. You see, there were 3 or 4 other violinists in town, and there just weren't enough backyards to go around. It was too difficult making a living.
I imagine you'd find it just as difficult today if you relied on your violin.
Oh, I don't know. Take Yasha Heifetz, Yehudi Menuhin, and Isaac Stern. They all get by. Of course, I don't claim to be as good as Heifetz, but I've had offers. You know, I could have gone with Spike Jones.
As a violin soloist?
No, washboard. I auditioned. By the time I got finished, I did his whole week's laundry. For free yet. Can I play now, Louella?
Just a few more questions, Jack. When did you decide to devote yourself to comedy rather than music?
When I had to pawn my violin, it was awkward trying to play without an instrument. Embarrassing, too, you know.
Oh, then you had a job. Where were you playing?
Well, you know those summer cruises from New York to Bermuda and the West Indies?
Why, yes. In fact, I made that trip myself. What ship were you on, Jack?
The Oscar W. Crumholes. It was the flagship of the Staten Island Ferry. We had a fine group of musicians, you know.
How many in the band?
Well, we had a 4-piece combination, violin, guitar, accordion, and monkey. But we didn't make any money, and the band finally broke up.
What happened to the other fellas?
Well, Sven and Otto sort of disappeared, but the monkey is doing very well. I hear from him all the time. He has his own radio show now. Calls himself Fred Allen.
Oh, Jack, you must be kidding. I know Fred Allen. He doesn't look anything like a monkey.
Oh, not now, but in those days he did. He was much better looking then. Now can I play my violin?
Oh, I'm afraid our time's about up.
But, Louella, you said I could. Now, you promised.
I know, but don't worry, Jack. You can play your violin. Just outside the studio, there's a little room. Go in and lock the door, and you can play your heart's content. No one will bother you.
But then no one will hear me.
We thought of that, too.
Oh, well. So long, Louella.
So long, Jack Benny, and thanks for coming over. Tonight marks a very special occasion in my career as a newspaper woman. Although I've known our guest of this evening many, many years, this is the first time I've had the pleasure of interviewing him on my program. He is a star of stage, screen, and radio, and a well-known comedian.
A very well-known comedian.
A very well-known comedian. He's been in radio since 1932 and was born in Waukegan, Illinois, 55 years ago.
39 years ago.
39 years ago. He's not only a comedian and a very fine actor, but he is an accomplished
violinist.
In appearance, I would say that he is about 5 feet 10, weighs 160 pounds, has square shoulders, is slightly gray, and has blue eyes.
Robin egg blue.
Robin egg blue. As a matter of fact, this gentleman is so well known that he doesn't need an introduction. So here he is.
Now, wait a minute, Louella. Don't you think you should have mentioned my name? There may be a few people who are still in doubt.
I don't think so. I said you were slightly gray, weighed 160 pounds, and had blue eyes. That describes you, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I went fishing last week and caught a tuna that answered the same description. Thank you, Louella. We have no audience. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny. Louella, I appreciate this opportunity of appearing on your program, and as a special treat, I brought along my violin.
Well, Jack, you can play later. Right now, I have a few questions that I'm sure our radio audience would like you to answer.
Oh, but you will let me play the violin.
Yes, in a few minutes. Now, Jack, you've been sort of a pioneer in radio and very successful. So it will be very interesting to know what you think about television.
Well, Louella, there's no question in my mind that television will be the most important medium of entertainment in the history of show business. And it is just a matter of time when there will be a television set in almost every home in the country.
I'm sure you're right, Jack. But what are your plans? Do you intend to take an active part in this new medium?
Yes, in a modest way. Right now I have a small store on Temple Street, and as the television sets continue to sell, I will branch out and try to get a franchise a little further uptown. Can I play my violin now?
Wait a minute, Jack.
Oh.
Do you mean to say you're going to sell television sets instead of continuing your career as an entertainer?
Well, I might do both. That is, if I can find someone I can trust to mind the store. You see, Louella, television is an entirely new technique, and it calls for perfection, not only in voice, but also in appearance.
You mean that when a face travels through a cable, it may not look so good when it comes out?
Yes, that's it exactly. I don't mean that I'm not handsome enough or that I'm not photogenic.
The word is telegenic.
Oh. Then why didn't we change it this morning? We went over it 3 times. Can I play my violin now?
Later, Jack.
Oh. But I want to play Schubert's Unfinished Symphony, and I'm afraid if I don't start now, I won't have time to finish it. It's such a long piece.
Don't worry, Jack. You'll have time.
I hope so. I bought a new string just for this program, and I'm anxious to hear how it sounds. I've been playing on 3 strings for so long. What else would you like to know about me, Louella?
Just a few more questions, Jack. When did you decide to devote yourself to comedy rather than music?
when I had to pawn my violin, and it was awkward trying to play without an instrument. Embarrassing, too, you know.
Oh, then you had a job. Where were you playing?
Well, you know those summer cruises from New York to Bermuda and the West Indies?
Why, yes. In fact, I made that trip myself. What ship were you on, Jack?
The Oscar W. Crumholz. It was the flagship of the Staten Island Ferry. We had a fine group of musicians, you know.
How many in the band?
Well, we had a 4-piece combination, violin, guitar, accordion, and monkey. But we didn't make any money, and the band finally broke up.
What happened to the other fellas?
Well, Sven and Otto sort of disappeared, but the monkey is doing very well. I hear from him all the time. He has his own radio show now. Calls himself Fred Allen.
Oh, Jack, you must be kidding.
No,
I know Fred Allen. He doesn't look anything like a monkey.
Oh, not now, but in those days he did. He was much better looking then. Now can I play my violin?
Oh, I'm afraid our time's about up.
But, Louella, you said I could. Now, you promised.
I know, but don't worry, Jack. You can play your violin. Just outside the studio, there's a little room.
Uh-huh.
Go in and lock the door, and you can play your heart's content. No one will bother you.
But then no one will hear me.
We thought of that, too.
Oh, well. So long, Louella.
So long, Jack Benny, and thanks for coming over.
So do I. How about you?
Yes, it's the new Swan Show with our great singing star, Doris Day.
Well, I Swan.
A new singing favorite, Bill Farrow.
That's me.
Our guest, Jack Benny, Irene Ryan, the 4 hits and a miss, the new Les Brown Band.
We're Swan exclusively. How about you?
Yes, how about you?
Who, me? My name is Robert Hopalong Hope.
And now, Bob Hope's Swan's Eye View of the News. Princeton, New Jersey. Hurried conferences and frantic alibis were the order of the day here as the nation's poll takers sought to explain their disastrous error in predicting the results of last week's election.
Dr. Gallup was amazed at the outcome, but he wouldn't admit he was wrong. Last night he was still peeking into the White House window and singing, "Maybe You'll Be There." He was really unhappy. When he saw the election returns, he exclaimed, "It's the last time I take a house-to-house survey. From now on, I'm going to ask people." I called up Elmer Roper and said, "How can your predictions be so wrong?" He said, "You see, we mathematicians make a prodigious effort to ascertain by statistical and prognostication and political prestidigitation the approximate parallelisms." I said, "What does that mean?" He said, "Where can I get a job?" And last Tuesday night, Drew Pearson said over the radio, "I predict Dewey will be elected by 10:30. At 11 o'clock, he said, "I predict Dewey." At 12, he said, "I predict." The next morning, he said, "Ay, ay, 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 ay."
New York, New York. Phone company executives announced here today that telephones for automobiles were at long last ready and available for Mr. Average Motorist.
I had a phone put in my car last week, but the wires must be crossed. Every time I step on the starter, the spark plugs give a busy signal, and the receiver squirts a quart of hot oil in my ear. But they're a big help to the motorist. If a guy's speeding, he can look in the rear vision mirror, see a cop trailing him, call his lawyer, and the three of them can meet at the next intersection. But think what it'll be like later on when cars have telephones and television, too. A guy's driving along, his wife calls up and says, "Honey, bring home a head of lettuce, some carrots, a cucumber, and get that tomato out of your car."
Washington, D.C. The greatest ovation in the history of the nation's capital greeted President Truman as a crowd of 750,000 cheered his triumphant return to the White House.
Yes, sir, it was at a reception. From every window they were throwing confetti and old cabinet members. And the world will long remember President Truman's historic words when he returned to the White House. He said, "It's okay, Bess, you can send the laundry out now." When Harry got back to the White House, he started hanging up his coat. Governor Warren stuck his head out of the closet and said, "I'll be out of your way as soon as I pack up my oranges." The Democrats did so well in that election, they're even coming out with new products named after the president. They got a new thing now called the Harry Truman Popsicle. It's a frozen Republican on a stick. And with the election coming out the way it did, a lot of people had to change their plans. Now Margaret Truman has to go back to the White House, and she had it all set to be the fourth Andrews sister. The three candidates have really changed their tune since the election. Truman's changed from Missouri Waltz to It's Magic. Dewey's humming Say It Isn't So, and Wallace is singing On a Slow Boat to China.
Announcing only 8 more days of the Swan 1949 Mercury contest. Only 8 more days to win a brand new 1949 Mercury automobile. Right now, here are more winners in the Daily Mercury contest. October 19th, Mrs. Don Andrews of Portsmouth, Virginia.
A new 1949 Mercury.
October 20th, Mrs. B.V. Painter of San Diego, California.
A new 1949 Mercury.
October 21st, Mrs. Arlene Brewster of Topeka, Kansas.
A new 1949 Mercury.
October 22nd, duplicate winners, Mr. Fred S. Balsinger of Denver, Colorado, and Mrs. E.P. Williamson of Honolulu.
Each win a new 1949 Mercury.
October 25th, Mrs. Alvin M. David, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
A new 1949 Mercury.
Congratulations, winners. And remember, folks, there are only 8 more days to enter. Lever Brothers is giving away a Mercury a day every day until November 19th.
That's right, a Mercury a day plus $1,000 in cash awards daily. There's a new contest every day except Saturday and Sunday, and you can enter as often as you please.
All residents of the continental United States, including Alaska and Hawaii, are eligible.
Just be sure to follow the complete rules printed on free entry blanks at your store. And be sure to include your storekeeper's name.
Here's all you do. Finish the following statement. I like Swan soap because in 25 words or less. Then send a Swan soap wrapper together with your name and address to Lever's Mercury a Day contest, Post Office Box 3, New York 8, New York.
Well, I Swan.
A Mercury a day.
That's right. Gee whiz.
Bye, Cracky.
Here's the gal who was selected as the Orchid Queen of the National Flower Festival, our singing orchid, Miss Doris Day.
Every day I love you just a little bit more, just a little bit more, a little bit more. Every day I want you just a little bit more than I did the day before. You'll never guess how deep my love is, not even in your wildest dream. But just so you get it clear, compared to my love, my dear, the Mississippi River's just a stream. Every day I love you just a little bit more, just a little bit more, a little bit more. Every day I want you just a little bit more than I did the day before. Than I did the day before.
Morton Downey, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, you probably read in the papers last week that while making a picture at Paramount, Bob Hope tripped and tore a muscle in his right leg. Now let's look behind the scenes and see how an accident like this affects the motion picture industry. We take you to the production offices at Paramount, where the heads of the studio, Henry Geeksburg and Y. Frankman, are talking.
Say, YF.
Yes, SG.
I've been thinking. We've got a lot of money tied up in that character, Bob Hope. And if his leg doesn't get any better, he may never be in another Paramount picture. How could a thing like that happen to us?
Oh, I don't know. Just lucky, I guess.
But YF, what'll we do about Hope? His leg may be broken.
Yeah, too bad he ain't Trigger. We could shoot him.
You know how this accident happened, don't you, YF? Hope was doing that boat scene, and as he tried to get on board, he slipped and fell because somebody had put grease all over the gangplank. You know, it looks like someone is out to get him.
Yeah. Now remember, HG, if there's an investigation, we're in this thing together.
Well, it seemed like the easy way. And while we're on the subject, YF, we got to get rid of a lot of the actors over here. They're getting too old.
Yeah, how about that Crosby? Remember when we thought we had mice in the studio? We spent $5,000 to get rid of the mice, and then found out it was Crosby's joints that were doing the squeaking.
You know, YF, I think Bing is about the same age as Hope.
Yeah, I know it. If we put them in another road picture, the road's got to be downhill. By the way, where's Hope now?
He's over in his dressing room resting.
Oh, Doris, this pain is awful.
Oh, is it really that bad, Bob? Let me look at your leg. Oh, my gosh, it's all twisted out of shape, isn't it?
That's the wrong leg.
Oh, gee, Bob, I hate to see you in such misery. Does it hurt much?
Well, I don't care about that. I just wish it had been my other knee.
Why?
Well, the knee I hurt is the one with a dimple in it. Now I'll never be able to wear my pedal pushers with a split up the side.
I just don't understand how a thing like this could happen to you. You're so strong and husky.
Am I?
Yeah, and so loaded with vitality.
Honest?
Sure. Why, I always think of you as being a real He-Man.
You do?
Yes.
I have so much more than Gregory. Why should I fight it? Say, it was sure nice of you to drop in, though, Doris. I want to...
Hello, Mr. Hope.
Oh, hello, Miss Ryan.
Hello, Miss Ryan. How do you feel today?
Well, you know me. I always try to keep my chin up, even though my arches are falling. I heard about what happened to Mr. Hope, and I thought I'd come over and cheer him up.
Oh, thanks. You see, I hurt my leg and I can't move it. It's nothing to worry about.
Oh, I don't know about that. My Uncle Julius had the same thing once in his shoulders, and he couldn't move his arms. The doctor made him leave them in one position.
Oh, that must have been terrible.
Well, it worked out all right. When he died 2 days later, his arms were already folded on his chest.
That's nice. Portia faces life. This gal backs into it.
Bob, you should listen to Miss Ryan. She can help you. She's been through a lot of these things, you know.
Oh, yes. I've never really been all my life. That is all of it, you know. And recently, Mr. Hope, it's been much worse. Yesterday, I thought I was losing my mind. All day long, I kept hearing voices in my head.
You were hearing voices in your head?
Yes, but I found out what it was. The battery in my hearing aid was low, and I was still getting the election return.
Well, don't worry. Hoover made it, you know. But it was nice of you to drop in, Miss Ryan.
Well, I do hope you get better. Oh, that reminds me, before I go, I wanted to show you a picture of my Uncle Julius, the one who died.
Well, what do I want to see a picture of him for?
Well, you might get worse. And if you don't pull through, it'll be nice if you know somebody when you get there. Keep your chin up now. Goodbye.
Thanks. If she ever gets married, she'll spend her honeymoon in the window of the Rexall drugstore.
Well, I have to be running along too, Bob. I promised Hy Averback I'd meet him. He's making a screen test over here.
Averback is making a screen test? You mean they've run out of talent?
Well, I think Hy will do very well in pictures because he just has so much...
Hello, everybody. Hello, Doris.
Oh, hello, Hy. Are you all ready for your screen test?
Yes, Doris. I just came from the makeup department.
They didn't get your ears on straight.
At least my lobes are on the bottom. Well, now, Doris, how about running through the screen test with me like you promised?
Okay, Hy. Hand me the script.
Yeah, now, the scene we're doing takes place in a New York penthouse. We're social leaders and we're married, but we're splitting up. Now, you have the first line, and I want you to pay close attention to my diction.
Montgomery, I'm afraid that you and I are through. It's regrettable, but we can't go on.
Yes, Alice. I'm so sorry that we must split. But I'm afraid we must go our separate ways.
Don't you think you're carrying too many pounds of pressure there?
Well,
Lobes on upside down. Okay, it's all right.
Well, Montgomery, if we're parting... Well, Montgomery, if we're parting, I insist that you give me the house.
You may have the house.
And I want the Cadillac and the 2 Mercuries.
They're yours, but there's one thing you may not have.
If you're speaking of the children, I want them.
You may have the children, my riches, and my home. But I insist that you leave one thing.
What?
That cake of Swan soap in the kitchen.
Jimmy Fiddler will give this picture 4 bubbles.
Yes, Alice. Alice, take everything, but please, please don't take that Swan. Swan is the newer, better white floating soap. Swan never crumples like our dream castles did. No, sir, you can use Swan right down to the last smooth sliver. And why? Because Swan is made by a modern, patented process that no other soap can use. A process that makes Swan better for dishes and hands. Swan is as mild as the finest Castile. It protects your hands, keeps them soft and smooth.
He's right. My hands are so soft, when I want to point at anybody, I have to starch one finger.
Oh, Alice, I can't leave you. Just think, a cake of Swan brought us together again. I still love you.
And I love you.
I love you, Alice.
Oh, I love you, Monty.
I'm engaged to the Lever brothers.
Yes, for your hands, your bath, and for baby's bath. Swan is the best soap afloat.
Well, I swan.
Me too.
Yes, sir. Bye, Cracky.
Here's our junior crooner we borrowed from the Oasis this week. The 19-year-old Bill Farrell, ladies and gentlemen.
There is no verse to this song, 'cause I don't want to wait a moment too long to say that I'd love to get you on the slow boat to China, all to myself alone. Get you and keep you in my arms evermore. Leave all your lovers weeping on the faraway shore. Out on the briny, where the moon's big and shiny, melting your heart of stone. Yes, I want to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. Yes, I want to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. On On a real slow boat.
On a real slow boat.
On a slow, slow boat to China.
That's my son from Cleveland, Billy Farrell. Thank you very much. Singing Slow Boat to China. Now, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're going to present a very different kind of a thing here. We have a thing here. Musicians, please, no tuning while the star is on, please. Now, as I was saying, please, hey you, hey Evelyn, stop with that magic violin.
I resent that.
Well, Jack Benny, ladies and gentlemen. Jack, what are you doing here?
Some surprise. We rehearsed 9 weeks already. Bob, look, I heard about your leg, and I thought I'd pay you a visit.
Well, that's swell of you, Jack, but how come you're sitting in with Les Brown's orchestra?
Well, just once I wanted to play in a band and not worry about the leader's breath taking the varnish off my violin.
You don't have to worry about Les. Les hasn't been high since Petrillo picked him up to burp him. But look, it was awfully nice of you to drop in and see me, Jack.
Well, I was sorry to hear about your accident, Bob.
Yeah, it's a little uncomfortable, but the worst of it is whenever I hobble down the street, people keep throwing money in my hat.
They do? Gosh, how embarrassing. That's terrible. That must be awful. Bob, how much do you average a block?
Oh, it varies, but take my advice, Jack. Stay away from Beverly Hills. Nothing but Dewey buttons. But I can't get over how nice it is of you to drop in on me, Jack.
Well, Bob, that's the way it is with us troopers. You know, we show people have to stick together in these times of trouble. Why, as soon as I heard of your accident, I rushed right over here to be the first one at your side.
Jack, you came over just to help me?
Well, yes. Of course, if you buy the insurance policy I have in mind, it helps me a little, too, you know.
Jack, why are you selling insurance?
Well, you see, it's a little early to start unloading my line of Christmas cards.
Well, Jack, I don't get this. You're a wealthy man. You're worth millions of dollars.
Whoops.
Selling insurance, huh? Well, have you got a sample policy you can show me there in your portfolio? Jack, did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear anything.
You sure you didn't hear that echo?
No, kid, this is your show.
Well, look, Jack, let's face it, this is ridiculous. You don't have to sell insurance. You're a star. They write about you in the Saturday Evening Post. You're one of the outstanding comedians in show business. One of them. You don't mind me throwing that in there, do you?
No, this is still your show.
Oh, but you're really great, Jack. People stay at home on Sundays just to listen to your radio show.
I have so much more than Fred Allen. Why should I fight?
Say, wait a minute. That's my gag.
I'll trade you for the yodel.
What'll my sponsor say?
Well, I Swan.
Me too.
Yes, sir.
Bye, Cracky.
That's right.
Wait a minute.
Gee whiz.
My goodness.
Of course.
And how?
Wait a minute.
I'll say.
Hurry up.
You bet.
Hoo-ha.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
By cracky.
Wait a minute!
Easy, Jack. Either we peddle the stuff this way or I have to put on a pair of water wings and sell it bathtub to bathtub.
My next line is a humdinger. Wait a minute. Bathtub to bathtub, huh? I have trouble with my sponsor, too. That's a dandy line. Thanks, Bob. I rehearsed 4 weeks for that line.
Well, we were going to give you something you could get your teeth into, but we Weren't sure you'd have them with you tonight.
You wouldn't dare say that if you were still with Pepsodent, brother.
Let's get back to this stuff, huh?
Now, look. We'll never get through with this tonight. Look at it. You know, Bob, you know who has
Stand
the
by,
sweetest...
Fibbers.
You know who has the sweetest... Page 15. You know who has the sweetest... I'm not... You know who has the sweet... You'll never get on.
Wait a
minute.
minute.
You know who has... I want to play the violin yet. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Are we still on?
You know who has the sweetest racket radio, don't you? The disc jockeys.
Disc jockeys. You mean one of those guys who says, this next record is sponsored by the Happy Hunting Ground Funeral Home, and now the orchestra plays, he's a real gone guy?
We haven't got time to wait.
See, why don't we try... Please, your laughs, not mine, please. Say, why don't we try our hand at being disc jockeys, Jack? All we have to do is make the rounds of the music shops and pick up a couple of 100 records.
Well, I don't know.
For free.
Shoot the wax to me, Max.
We'd be great as a team of disc jockeys. As they say in radio, I can just hear it now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You are listening to station SLOB, the biggest on the coast. And now we present Jazzy Jack Benny and Bebop Bob in their original radio record show, Make Believe Washroom.
Hiya, gang. Hiya, Jazz. This is your old disc jockey, Bebop Bob, with another knocked-out record section. It's all on wax and it's real mad, so you kids who want to get your kicks, lace up your boots and latch onto some of this frantic jive that we're going to send swinging your way. Right now, cats would like to turn the mic over to a real hep character, the man who knows all the answers in the world of jazz, that solid jet my platter partner, Jazzy Jack Benny.
Hotcha, Bodie-O-Do.
Solid Jack. And now, before we spin our next platter for you kids, we'd like to tell you the next minute and a half of our show is sponsored by Dr. Capstaff's weight-reducing plan.
We'd like a word with those of you ladies who weigh over 400 pounds. Do you have the feeling that you're being followed? You are. It's you.
And you men over 400 pounds, do you have large stomachs? When you get your shoes shined, do you have to take the bootblack's word for it?
And why not try Dr. Capstaff's weight-reducing pill?
Yes, to take off those extra pounds, try Dr. Capstaff's method. No diet, no pills, no injections, no exercise. Once a week, Dr. Capstaff comes to your house and beats you with a rubber hose. And now we're going to play our first record. It's a little tune called I'm Dancing with Tears in My Eyes because the girl in my arms had onions for dinner.
It's going to be played by Woody Gribbinus and As You Should Live So Long if you can find the Melody Orchestra. Hit it, Woody.
Thanks, Woody. That was great.
Look, Bebop, a bunch of new releases just arrived.
Gee, there's some interesting titles. Look at this one. You used to be the cream in my coffee, but now you're just grounds for divorce.
Get a load of this one. If you were the only girl in the world and I was the only boy, I wonder who I'd play handball with at the Y.
Here's my favorite. Hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine. I never should have stomped on them with my bare feet. Say, suppose we play that one right now.
Okay, but first a word from our sponsor.
Yes, this next record is coming to you through the courtesy of Slushies, the only breakfast cereal that's shot out of a water pistol.
Folks, you'll just love Slushies. They don't snap, crackle, and pop like other breakfast cereals. They just lie there and ooze.
Mothers, you'll cheer when you see the way your kids dive into a bowl of Slushies. They never come up again. Listen to what one happy user of Slushies has to say.
I've been eating Slushies for nigh on to 30 years. And I want to tell you something. I'm getting mighty tired.
Thank you, F.E. Spoon of Battle Creek, Michigan. Say, Jack, what's next on the turntable?
Oh, the folks will just love this one.
Yes, sir. It's a new release that features a duet by that brilliant young Waukegan violinist, Benny Kabelski.
And that new Cleveland singing discovery, the Velvet Smog.
Okay, so we give it a look?
Yeah.
Oh, east is east and west is west, and the wrong one I have chose. Let's go where you keep on wearing those frills and flowers and buttons and bows, rings and things and buttons and bows. Don't
Bury me in this prairie, take me where the cement grows. Let's go down to some big town where they love a gal by the cut of her clothes, and you stand out in buttons and bows. No practicing on our time, please. I love you in buckskin skirt that you won't stop, but I love you longer, stronger, where your friends don't tote a gun. Now it's the buckboard bounce and a cactus hurts my tears. Let's vamoose where gals keep using those silks and satins and linen that shows, and you're all mine in buttons and bows. Thank you, Jack. Thank you very much. You've been fine. That's fine, Jack. Thank you. Next week, ladies and gentlemen. Jack, wait a minute, Jack. We have next week. It's all over, kids. Pack up. Okay. We have another... Next week, we have Morton County, ladies and gentlemen. That Coca... Say, okay, Jack, wait a minute. It's all over, Jack. Jack, wait a minute! Wait a minute! Thanks for the memory of the vote in 48. Our chance to demonstrate whom we endorse to chart the course of our U.S. ship estate. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to pay a tribute to that fighting man from Missouri who stepped into the ring last Tuesday with the odds against him and came out the winner and still champion of the USA, President Harry S. Truman.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, is my hair fairest of them all?
It is when you use Rave Cream Shampoo. Rave leaves your hair so clean, so soft, so easy to manage. Easy to manage because the pure lanolin in Rave is specially blended with other important ingredients to make hair behave, even on shampoo day. Try Rave Cream Shampoo. R-A-Y-V-E. Rave Cream Shampoo.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This summer, you ladies will be wearing gay throw-around jackets and matchless, strapless swimsuits that expose more skin. That's why you'll want to be a bare skin beauty, beautiful all over. So use big, thrifty, bath-size Palmolive soap in tub and shower. See if regular cleansing with Palmolive doesn't make your skin softer, more alluring. For Palmolive's famous complexion care all over, for bare skin beauty, get bath-size Palmolive soap today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
All that makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Takin' Miss Mary to the Ball.
Jog along, Mr. Dobbin, and keep this carriage a-bobbin'. We can't be late, for she has a date. We're taking Miss Mary to the ball. My, oh my, but she's pretty, the sweet pretty. How grand she'll look when her picture's took. We're taking Miss Mary to the ball. Her best girlfriend is her boyfriend's sister. He's old enough now to call him mister. He's never been
Said he, Mr. Jog along, Mr. Dobbin, and keep this carriage a-bobbin'. We can't be late, for it's her first date. We're taking Miss Mary, a very merry Mary. We're taking Miss Mary to the ball.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Success is a matter of psychology, a state of mind. Act like a man of affairs, and you'll soon become a man of affairs. The words seemed to leap from the magazine as they caught the eye of our young hero, Dennis Day. Of course, so that's why success has eluded him all these years. Immediately, he put on his very best suit. Well, let's be truthful about that, his only suit. His nicest tie. His best suit of underwear. There, I won't give in. He took a bus downtown to the bank where he demanded to see the president himself. My goodness, what can he be up to?
Our assets, did you say, Mr. Day?
That's what I said. I want to know the assets of this bank.
Why, according to our latest financial statement, they amount to $4 million.
How about your liabilities?
Naturally, they come to $4 million, too.
Just barely keeping your head above water, huh?
May I know the object of these questions, Mr. Day?
Sure, I'm going to open up a checking account. All us big shots have checking accounts, only I want to make sure I got a safe bank.
I think you'll find us reliable in every way.
Well, I got to admit, you've been made a pretty good impression on me in the past. You sent me a calendar last Christmas, and so far it's been right every month.
Well, thank you.
Boy, and what pictures on it. April. May. June. Gee, I can hardly wait for July.
I have news for you, Mr. Day. It's a picture of a Boy Scout rubbing two sticks together.
Oh, gosh, no more sailboats?
No, they're obviously too inflammatory. Now, suppose we get down to business. How much were you planning to put into this checking account?
Oh, everything. My entire fortune. I want to transfer it from my other bank.
Well, really?
Sure. Here, you can count it yourself. The tail unscrews.
A piggy bank, Mr. Day?
There's almost $7 in it, every cent I have, saved up by skipping breakfast and going without lunches.
My boy, I like your spirit. And I'll be glad to take your account. Here's your checkbook.
Gee, thanks. I'm a big shot at last. Only, you're sure that the bank won't fold up on me?
Son, I have my own account here, and if I trust it, I'm sure you can. Why, I'll bet the cigar I'm smoking costs more than you've made all week.
Oh, yeah? I wouldn't be too sure of that. How much does it cost?
Well, maybe I was a little hasty. 50 cents.
Maybe I was a little hasty, too. You win.
Hi, Dennis.
Oh, hello, Mildred.
What are you doing?
Oh, my old high school needs a new gym. They sent letters to all us alumni asking for contributions, so I wrote them out a check. I've got a checking account now, you know.
So you've told me about 30 times. How much did you... Good heavens. Pay to the Order of Benjamin Franklin High School $50,000?
Oh, that's just a practice check. I'm not sending them quite that much.
Well, how much are you sending them?
75 cents. See, here's the check all made out. Gee, sure was a thrill to write that other one, though. I'm still shaking from it.
Well, who knows? Maybe someday you'll be able to afford that kind of contribution.
I hope so. I sure think a lot of that school. Gee, this letter made me feel so sentimental I got out my old yearbook.
Really? Oh, golly, let's see it.
Here it is. That's my picture right there. See?
Why, Dennis, I didn't know you wore braces on your teeth.
Oh, those aren't braces. I used to like shooting spitballs, and that's where I hid the rubber bands.
Oh. Who's the funny-looking girl next to you?
Oh, that's Gertrude Baguglio. She was my first girlfriend.
With those buck teeth and that stringy hair. And she's even cross-eyed. How could you go with her?
Well, I didn't know much then. I thought girls were supposed to look that way.
Oh, I see.
The bald-headed man in the front of the class is Professor Jensen, our science teacher. He used to like me. Said I had a great head for science.
Really?
Yeah, he was always trying to get me to leave it to them. Gee, I sure used to laugh at his jokes. He was always kidding like that.
Oh, you didn't flunk his course, did you, Dennis?
Oh, no, but I was a little lucky. The fellow I sat behind decided to write all the answers on the front of his shirt the night before the final exam.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, but he made a mistake and wrote them on the back. I got 96.
Well, I shouldn't wonder.
I'd have had 100 if he hadn't worn his pants so high. Well, I'd better get busy filling out the questionnaire that goes along with the check.
The questionnaire?
Yeah. They want to find out just what the alumni are doing. Who's rich and who's famous and who's got a good job.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah. Hope they're also interested in who's flotsam and who's jetsam.
Well, you'll be doing as well as any of them one of these days. Don't you worry. Well, I'll leave it... Oh, hi, Daddy.
Good morning, children.
I'll see you later, Dennis.
Say, what are you so busy with there, Dennis?
Oh, I'm filling out a questionnaire for my high school. Let's see. Present situation, unemployed.
Unemployed? Well, why put down a thing like that? Let them think you're a big success.
Yeah?
Sure. Put down something that sounds important. They won't check.
Okay. Present position, wing commander of Honest John's Air Force.
Very good.
Now it says married or single. I'll put down married. Successful men are always married. Now children. I'll put down 10.
10 children?
Sure, let them think I'm a big success at everything.
Well, on second thought, I'd tear that questionnaire up and forget it.
Yeah, I guess maybe you're right. There's no...
Hello, Herbert. Dennis.
Good morning, Peachy Pie.
Was there anything wrong, Mrs. Anderson? You sound kind of blue this morning.
Is it any wonder? How would you feel if you'd been rejected as a member of the Weaverville Ladies' Bridge and Sewing Club?
Oh, I'm not built right for it anyway.
Well, I am, and I've been turned down. Those stuck-up women had the nerve to hint that I wasn't in the same social class with them.
No, Pupsy.
Yes. Oh, I could kill them. Oh, Herbert, I've got a frightful headache. Run down to the drugstore and get me some aspirin, would you?
I shall fly, little oomph girl.
Oh, would you drop my letter off on the way, Mr. Anderson? Just that check on the table. Never mind the questionnaire.
All right, I'll put it in the envelope. And, Pupsy, don't you worry about those silly women saying that you're out of their social class.
No, Mrs. Anderson. They've got a fine right to say that to you. They're just a bunch of gossipy, nosy old hens. And believe me, you're in the same class with them.
What?
It came out wrong, but you know what I mean.
Well, it looks like the new girls' gymnasium is still as far away as Everdeen, Hotchkiss. Is that the last of the contributions?
Well, just one or two more, I'm afraid. Here's one from a Dennis Day.
Dennis Day. How much did he contribute last year?
50 cents.
And the year before?
We sent him $1.
Let's see. Dennis Day. Yes, I had him in my history class. I'll never forget his final examination paper as long as I live. One question was, what did the United States gain from the Louisiana Purchase? His answer was, do-wah-diddy.
Well, we may as well add his few pennies to the collection.
Yes.
Huh, a check. Well, that's funny. Good heavens, look at this. Great Scott.
$50,000.
Why, it's impossible. I remember this day vividly. He was the only boy here who, after 4 years of high school, had just enough credits to get into junior high.
Well, he's obviously a genius at making money. Thanks to him, we've got our girls' gymnasium.
Yes, we'll invite him here to dedicate it himself. Why, we'll even name it after him.
Good. The Dennis Day Memorial Gymnasium. A permanent monument to matter over mind.
We'll continue this day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing I Went Down to Virginia.
I went down to Virginia, and no one sent for me. I went down to Virginia to see what I could see. Well, I found the horses fastest and the gals the best. The spirits of the state a guaranteed high test. So I stayed down in Virginia, 'cause that looked good to me. I went down to Virginia and didn't know a soul. No wonder folks befriend ya, their hearts are made of gold. Why, the civic-minded citizens are all so kind. They see to it you hook a fish on every line. So I stayed down in Virginia, that's how much I've been sold. So bless the day that brought me here, and bless the folks I love so dear. Well, brother, if you ever plan on coming down this way, you'll find the things are just exactly like I say, and you'll stay down in Virginia, Virginia, USA.
Well, it looks like having a checking account of his own was a little too much for Dennis. By mistake, a practice check he had written for $50,000 was sent to his high school as Dennis's contribution toward a new girls' gymnasium. And the delighted school immediately named the gym after Dennis and invited him to come up and dedicate it. Which is a little puzzling to our young hero, since so far as he knows, the check he sent was for 75 cents.
Golly, Dennis, I just can't get over it.
Gosh, neither can I, Mildred. Imagine them calling it the Dennis Day Memorial Gymnasium.
And all you sent them was 75 cents. Well, it can't be the money, Dennis. They must be honoring you because they consider you the average student.
They never admitted it when I was there.
But that must be it. And they're trying to show that money means nothing. It's just... Oh, Mother, have you heard the news, Dennis?
I know. Your father just told me. I'd like to speak to Dennis alone for a moment, if you don't mind.
Why, of course, Mother. I'll see you later, Dennis.
Dennis.
Yes, ma'am?
You know that I've always loved you, don't you?
No, ma'am.
I do, Dennis. I adore you.
Oh, Mrs. Anderson, this is very embarrassing. I'm stuck on your daughter.
This isn't a proposal. I just want you to know how I feel about you. You see, there's a little something you can do for me.
Oh.
Yes. You see, those snooty women in the Weaverville Bridge Club I told you about this morning, well, they might not be quite so snooty if I had a gymnasium named after me.
You mean you'd like it if they named it after you instead of me?
Oh, it's such a little thing to ask, Dennis.
But, Mrs. Anderson...
Haven't I been like a mother to you, Dennis? Who cleans your room? Who washes your clothes? Who cooks your food?
Your husband.
But who makes him?
Yeah, that's true. Well, gee, if it means that much to you, Mrs. Anderson...
Oh, you dream boy, you doll-face. Oh, I only wish there was something I could do for you in return.
Well, if you really mean that...
Oh, I do.
Well, I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time about the mattress on my bed.
What about it?
Could I have one?
Dean, he's here right now in the anteroom.
Oh, my gracious, wait till I fix my tie. How does he look? Like a typical millionaire?
Yes, one of those eccentric ones. He's wearing a Mickey Mouse sweatshirt.
You don't say. Well, show him right in. We mustn't keep him waiting.
Yes. Come right in, Mr. Day.
Thank you, Professor. Oh, hello, Dean.
My boy, sit down, my son. Do sit down. Can I offer you a Corona?
Oh, no, thanks. I never learned to type.
I meant a cigar.
Oh, no, thanks.
Well, this is just like old times back when you were in school, isn't it, Dennis? Here I am on one side of a desk and you on the other.
Yeah, all we're missing are my mother and father pleading and crying in between.
Oh, we've had our little difficulties, but I never doubted for a minute that you'd make good. I knew it from the excellent marks you used to get in civics.
Posture.
Oh, yes, posture, yes.
Dennis, my son, we can't begin to thank you for your magnificent contribution to our gymnasium.
Oh, gosh, it was nothing, Dean.
Nothing? Your money is going to provide over 300 schoolgirls with the equipment they need so desperately.
Oh, really? Gee, the price of bloomers must be way down.
We're very glad to see you taking it so lightly, my boy. I assure you your donation is more than we teachers could make in 10 years.
Honest? You people need legislation even worse than I thought.
Well, we just want you to know how grateful we are to you for your check.
Then I wonder if you gentlemen wouldn't do a favor for me. Instead of calling it the Dennis Day Memorial Gymnasium, could it be named after my landlady, Mrs. Clara Anderson?
Your landlady?
Well, why not? Your wish is our command, my boy. The Clara Anderson Memorial Gymnasium it shall be.
Gee, thanks, gentlemen. You'll never know what you've just done for my sacroiliac.
Well, we're nearly ready for the ceremony, Dennis. Mrs. Anderson's out there on the stage now, waiting for it to begin.
Well, this is going to be a big day in her life, all right.
Pardon me, Mr. Day?
Yes?
I'm a reporter on the school paper. Donald Harrington, 49.
Really? Gee, you certainly don't look it.
No, I mean, that's my class. Could you answer a few questions for our readers? We kids can learn a lot from a man like you.
Yeah, I guess you got something there, all right. Oh, go ahead, Sonny.
I'll call you when we're ready, Dennis.
Okay, Dean.
Now then, Mr. Day, when did you enter and leave this school?
9 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon.
No, I mean, what was your senior year?
Oh, 1939 to 1942.
I see. Do you think the high school boy should go to college?
Oh, no, I think you should leave that to the college boy.
Yeah. Do you believe in sex education in high schools, Mr. Day?
Certainly not. I believe every boy and girl should know what sex they belong to before they come in here.
Mr. Day, do my questions confuse you?
Oh, no.
Good. Then that leaves only one of us in the mess. But to continue, what do you think of necking in high school?
Oh, I think it's more fun at home.
I put it down just like you said it. Now, I've got some general questions, too, Mr. Day, okay?
Shoot.
It's a thought, all right. What do you think of labor?
Well, on the whole, I'd rather not.
Huh? But what I meant was, do you think labor should work longer hours?
Oh, no, I think 60 minutes is as long as an hour should be. And you can quote me on that.
If I did, who'd believe me?
I beg pardon?
Nothing. Well, thank you, Mr. Day. You've been most amazing.
Oh, that's all right. Anytime.
All ready for the ceremony, Dennis. They're waiting for you on the stage. Come on.
Okay, see you later, Sonny. Gee, look at all the people. What a crowd. Oh, there's Mrs. Anderson on the rostrum.
Hello, Dennis.
Oh, not at all.
Members of the honored faculty, alumni, ladies and gentlemen. Today, through the generosity of one of our former students, we're about to see our dreams of a new gymnasium materialize. I'd like to present to you now the man who made the Clara Anderson Memorial Gymnasium possible. A man who, when he attended our school, was outstanding in such activities as, I give you Mr. Dennis Day.
Dean Hotchkiss, members of the faculty, students, ladies and gentlemen. Today my school has seen fit to bestow a great honor upon me. Why? Not because I have become rich or famous. Indeed, my contribution to this gymnasium was only 75 cents. But they...
Pardon me, Mr. Day. Would you say that again, please?
Certainly. Today my school has seen fit to bestow...
No. Down further, where the meat is.
You mean the part about my giving 75 cents?
You did say that, didn't you? And what's this check of yours I hold in my hand for $50,000?
Careful, Dean, you're dropping it.
Oh, that's all right. It'll bounce right up again.
This is your check, isn't it, Mr. Day?
Oh, sure, but that's just a practice check. No good.
You mean you don't have $50,000 in the bank?
Oh, no, not quite that much.
Have you 40,000?
No.
30,000?
No.
20,000?
We'll get there a lot quicker if you start with a buck and work up.
No.
Well, there goes our gymnasium.
But my cornerstone with Clara Anderson engraved on it. You mean you're not going to use it now?
Oh, we can't afford to waste anything now. We'll use it for the smaller building we plan to build around in the back.
Oh, no, Dean, don't do that.
Well, why not? What kind of a building is it?
Mrs. Anderson.
I want to know what kind of a building it is.
Mrs. Anderson, don't get excited. Just think how proud you'll be when they burn the first load of garbage in the Clara Anderson Memorial Incinerator.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing The Loveliness of You. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, for soft, glamorous dream girl hair, try Luster Cream Shampoo. Now in convenient tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Luster Cream Shampoo leads hair with a new 3-way loveliness. Fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft, easy to manage. Not a soap, not a liquid, but an utterly new, rich lathering cream shampoo. A blend of secret ingredients plus lanolin. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, 49 and 25 cents. Be a dream girl, a lovely luster cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing The Loveliness of You.
and gentlemen, this is our last show of the present season, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank you all for allowing me to come into your homes each Wednesday night. We're going to take a short vacation now and return in the first week of September, and we hope that you'll be listening. Good night, and have a swell summer, everybody. See you in 8 weeks.
Dennis Day returns to the air again the first week in September. Meanwhile, may we remind you to use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. And don't miss the August issue of Movie Star Parade magazine for a picture story of an episode in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
Anita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
Now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. You know, many a man takes his wife a box of candy or a bunch of flowers on occasion, but the occasion is usually a birthday or an anniversary. It's a rare husband indeed who takes his wife a bunch of violets simply because it's spring and there are flowers for sale on the street corners and he happens to be fond of her. But that's how it is with Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, as he enters his own front door at number 1 Faculty Row.
Vicky, where are you? Your chicken has come home to roost.
Welcome home, chicken. Put your face down here as you'd like a small hen peck.
Thank you, darling. And if I may take this occasion to make cynics of the comic strip artists, the wearier novelists, and domestic relation clinics, I would like to state that I, William T. Hall, being of sound mind, even after many years of marriage, do hereby depose and declare that I still love you very much, implementing this declaration with this bunch of violets.
Why, Dottie, how lovely.
They do not quite match your eyes, my dear, but we must be patient with nature. This is her busy season.
Yeah. Would you put all that in writing if I get you about 12 sheets of paper? Oh, I love violets. And such a large bunch, too.
Well, I was playing safe. I thought they might be the shrinking type.
This is your birthday. I mean, did you bring me violets to celebrate some occasion?
Yes.
What did I forget?
Oh, don't chide yourself, my love. The only occasion I'm celebrating is our marriage.
Yeah, but this isn't our wedding anniversary.
I know that, but can't I celebrate it whenever I want to, just because I view the matter with pleasure?
Well, did you have a good day? How did your conference with Mr. Wellman go?
Darling, one does not have conferences with Mr. Wellman. One listens.
Oh.
Conferring with Clarence is equivalent to discussing balanced diets with a hungry tiger. You can't win. Has anyone called?
Yes. A man named Follinsby called and wanted to know when you were going to return his trombone.
Follinsby? Trombone?
Don't worry about it. He had the wrong number. The cleaner called after that, and he said there was a tiny moth hole in the elbow of your grey suit, and should he reweave it? So I said, please do. Oh, Toddy, I'm afraid I don't take very good care of you. Moth holes in your suits. It's shameful, really.
My dear woman, in the first place, that suit is at least 7 years old and should only be worn to riots, dogfights, and balloon ascensions. Secondly, I don't expect you to spend your waking hours hiding in closets with a cap pistol, frightening off marauding Lepidoptera. Thirdly, you take excellent care of me.
Oh, then you don't think our marriage is a failure. Signed, Anxious.
Dear Anxious, no, I do not. Signed, Aunt Beatrice. Now then, who else called?
Oh, Professor Gardner and Dr. Otis. Well, that is, Dr. Otis called for both of them. She said they'd like to come and see you on a rather serious matter.
Oh?
I said about 4 o'clock would be safe.
Well, it's almost 4 now. I wonder what's troubling them.
Yeah, let's see. Now, Otis is anthropology, and what is Gardner?
Paleontology.
Oh, yes. Study of geologic periods based mostly on fossils. And I wonder if they ever studied Mr. Wellman.
Mr. Wellman is a unique specimen, a modern fossil. He can take more time
Louisa,
to work out...
I imagine that's Professor Gardner and Dr. Otis.
You know them, of course, don't you, Vicky?
They're very nice.
They're two of my favorite... good afternoon, Dr. Otis.
Dr. Hall.
Professor Gardner. Nice to see you. I think you've met my wife.
Hello. Certainly we have, Mrs. Hall. We apologize for breaking in on you like this, Dr. Hall.
Oh, no. Anyway, my husband has a clause in his contract which says the president shall be available at all times to the more interesting and attractive members of the faculty.
Do I understand that something serious is troubling you?
Yes, Dr. Hall. We've got something on our conscience we'd like to unload and take whatever consequences we deserve.
Well, this sounds as though it needs more privacy than you would have with me present, so I'll go get my cap pistol and frighten some moths.
Oh, no, please. Don't go, Mrs. Hall. The students value your help and advice so much, I don't see why the faculty can't benefit from it, too.
Yes, please stay.
Well, thank you.
Well, now that we have a quorum, which of you is the spokesman for the delegation?
You tell them, dear.
Uh-oh. Dear?
Yes, Mrs. Hall. We're married.
Oh.
Yes, we've been married 2 weeks.
Well, that's wonderful.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. But Dr. Hall, it's against the rules. We have violated the regulations. We're living in what you might call academic sin.
It was fun at first with no one knowing it, but...
Then we realized we were being unfair and unethical, and it played on our minds, and so we decided to come and tell you.
Oh, I appreciate that. And while matrimony as such is approved by most civilized people, in your case, I'm afraid our esteemed Board of Governors will consider it a serious breach of regulations.
Will somebody please tell me what's going on here? Who's the Board of Governors to tell people they can't get married? Tell them to go boil a buffalo.
Victoria, my love, your righteous indignation is quite natural, and I share it. But, as with most regulations governing the operation of this college, however idiotic they may seem at first glance, the rule against intra-faculty marriages has a realistic basis.
Yes, you see, Mrs. Hall, it's not that they're against marriage, but they oppose more than one member of a family being on the faculty at the same time.
So getting married and keeping it a secret for 2 weeks is a pretty serious infraction.
Oh, well, I think you came to the right place. This is the sort of thing my husband loves to find solutions to. He knows more answers than there are questions.
Oh, I'm sure you will understand my wife's belief in my omnipotence. Many a man has become a success merely by trying to live up to his reputation, however hollow it might be.
Well, your reputation may not be for omnipotence, Dr. Hall, but it certainly isn't hollow. As Emerson, I think, said, an institution is the lengthened shadow of one man.
And you cast a pretty respectable shadow, Doctor.
Although
I realize that flattery will get us nowhere in this situation, well, we're in a bad spot, and we thought you ought to know.
Now, look, maybe I'm not very bright, but why was such a silly rule as this ever passed?
It's a matter of economic status, my love. Each faculty salary is adjusted with surgical precision to the rank of the individual. Thus, it is impossible for an instructor to make more than an assistant professor, or an assistant professor to make more than an associate professor, or an associate professor more than a full professor, and so on ad presidentem. Follow me?
Well, yes, I'm following you, but I'm running like mad to keep up.
Hypothetically, Let us say that the two faculty members get married.
Meet Mr. and Mrs. Hypothesis.
As a result of this marriage, the family unit represented by this couple might have an income superior to that of, let us say, the dean of men. With a professionally inferior status and a financially superior one, resentments arise, protocol lies bleeding, and, according to the Board of Governors, Ivy College totters and crumbles into ruins.
Well, maybe I'm being just hopeful, Dr. Hall, but you sound as though you don't agree.
Oh, I believe in laws and regulations, but they are subject to reconsideration. And I've made frequent attempts to remove the one under discussion.
Mrs. Gardner tells me that it's one of Mr. Wellman's favorite rules.
Oh, come on now. You've been married her for 2 weeks. You can call her Lucy.
Thank you, Mrs. Hall. You see, if the rule is enforced against us, John can't very well stay at home while I go on teaching. Even though he loves cooking and can sew on a button as well as the next, I don't think Mr. Wellman would like that either.
I'm afraid you're right. And if you stayed home, Dr. Otis...
Well, I'd be giving up years of work in my field and a book that needs finishing. I don't want to find a job at another school because, well, it may be just a foolish whim, but I just don't want to be separated from John or from Ivy.
Oh, and Ivy doesn't want to be separated from either of you.
Well, we'd like to try to keep it a secret for a while longer, but I don't think we'd succeed. In our present mood, we just want to tell the whole world about it. And when you're in that mood, marriage, like murder, will out.
Claudia, from all the symptoms, I would say we're witnessing the onset of an acute form of successful marriage. Now, as old practitioners, we have a duty to perform.
Most emphatically.
Then will you take on our case, Dr. Hall?
Well...
Oh, we'd appreciate it very much. Having deceived you for a couple of weeks, we don't come into court with very clean hands, but we have great faith in the judge.
Well, I'll do my best to act off the record in the case of Wellman versus Cupid.
Oh, thank you,
Very
Dr.
kind
Hall.
of you, Dr. Hall.
However, I must warn you that never has that young miscreant with a bow and arrow had a more flint-hearted target. But don't give up hope. As Shakespeare almost said, this bud of love by Wellman's ripening breath may prove a beauteous flower when next we meet.
As we retire to the halls of Ivy, we find Dr. Hall and his wife Victoria at breakfast the next morning.
Another piece of toast, Toddy? Marmalade on your eggs or just cream and sugar?
Yes. Thank you.
Won't you try one of these boiled curriculums? They're matriculated in deep fat and served as chopped umbrella handles.
No, thank you, dear. I don't believe I... chopped what?
Umbrella handles. We're all out of peanut brittle.
Umbrella... Oh, I'm sorry, Vicky. Take me gently by the hand and lead me back to the conversational crossroads where we lost each other.
Oh, well, it's all right, darling. It's nice to know you're here physically, even if mentally you're having breakfast somewhere else.
I admit to being absent without leave, but it wasn't for breakfast. I was thinking of Professor and Mrs. Gardner.
And what is Ivy's own Beatrice Fairfax going to do about them?
I have sent for Mr. Wellman.
Oh, it's very saucy, I feel. A mere president of a college sending for a chairman of the Board of Governors. Why, it's like a used car dealer sending for General Motors.
Well, darling, Mr. Wellman is not, to coin a phrase, unsendable for. After all, he's only the chairman of the Board of Governors. And, by one definition, a governor is a mechanical attachment for controlling speed. Thus, Mr. Wellman is a device for retarding the advancement of whatever he may be mechanically attached to. Therefore...
seems to be attached to the doorbell right now.
Yes.
Never mind, Miss Hayes. I know my own way in. Dr. Hall, I received a message that you wish to see me. I'm not in the habit of being summoned, you know.
We shall all be summoned one of these days. Good morning. Will you have a cup of coffee?
No, thank you. Good morning. And I shall be ready, Mrs. Hall. When I'm summoned, I mean.
Oh.
Well, Dr. Hall?
Oh, I hope I shall be ready, too, Mr. Hall. Yes, indeed.
Well, anyway, it must be something very urgent for you to send for me for. That is, otherwise, why would you?
Mr. Wellman, I wanted to consult you on a rather delicate matter.
Well, that's different. Glad to be of help. After all, I am a man of considerable experience, and any time I mean, anything that requires delicate handling is something of which... What have you gotten yourself into now?
I am only indirectly involved, Mr. Wellman, and perhaps you are also.
Me? Involved? Nonsense. It's just gossip. It was perfectly innocent. I mean, there's no basis for scandal just because a man... After all, it was raining. And I only drove her 2 blocks. And good heavens, if a man in my official position can't give the dean of women... What is it you're talking about,
Professor John Gardner and Dr. Otis, Mr. Wellman.
Remember them?
Well, certainly. Don't you think I know the members of our own faculty? Fine young people. Credit to Ivy. Wish we had more like them.
Well, in a year or two, you might get your wish, speaking my
You'll be pleased to hear that they're married, Mr. Wellman.
Why, yes, of course. Like to hear about such things. Nothing like marriage to bring people together, I always say. Wait a minute. 2 of our faculty members married to each other?
Yes, they confided in us yesterday. They seem to be very happy. But you don't, Mr. Wellman.
Of course I'm not happy. Well, they can't do this. It's against the law, the regulations of this college. It's distinctly stated. Stated quite plainly. 2 members of a faculty family cannot be gainfully employed by... Dr. Hall, I shall demand this marriage be annulled. Or something.
Well, I think the or something is to be preferred to annulment, Mr. Wellman. Our bylaws are well established, but matrimony is a much older institution. However, Mr. and Mrs. Gardner are valuable members of the faculty. Don't you think that in view of the circumstances, the ruling of the board should be set aside?
Impossible. It's the policy of our cornerstone. I mean, the cornerstone of the very foundations of our... This ruling was formulated, Dr. Hall, in order that... And for anyone to suggest that we throw away our rule book just to accommodate a couple of newlyweds is simply... No, Dr. Hall, no.
Mr. Wellman, now don't you understand what it means to these 2 people?
They should have thought of that before they... No! Why, to defy this ruling is flying in the teeth of Providence. And before you know it, some faculty family might have a combined income of maybe more than a member of the board, for example.
Well, considering the present state of teachers' salaries, Mr. Wellman, it's not likely to happen in the foreseeable future. I assure you, as president of this college, I am frequently embarrassed when I check our salary list.
Yeah, the head of a department makes less money per annum than a second-rate prize fighter or a minor league shortstop.
Yes. Sometimes seems that earning is a matter of getting the L out of learning.
Nevertheless, Dr. Hall, we cannot compromise with a ruling that is basically... These people were familiar with the law, and if they chose to ignore it, I'm afraid they must take the consequence. What time is it? Oh, my goodness, I've got a meeting of the Finance Committee in 10 minutes, and they're in a very bearish mood, Dr. Hall. Very bearish.
Well, as chairman of the board, Mr. Wellman, I'm sure you can tame the bears.
Yeah, he can do better than that. He can make the whole thing unbearable.
Unbearable. Yeah, that's very good, Mrs. Hall. Wait a minute. What did you mean I can make things unbearable? Was that a disparaging remark?
Oh, no, just animal spirits, Mr. Wellman.
Oh, yes, I see. Animal spirits. Bears. I think I've been insulted. And I'll have to think it over. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Hall. I can find my own way out.
Goodbye, Mr. Wellman.
Well, Claudia, it looks like you and Cupid have lost the first decision. Do you take the case on appeal?
Well, I shall at least prepare a new brief. Legal battles are a little out of my province, darling, but I'll do my best as an attorney. As Dr. Johnson said of a woman's preaching, it is like a dog walking on his hind legs. It is not done well, but you are surprised to find it done at all.
Dr. Hall? Oh, Dr. Hall?
Oh, why, Dr. Otis? How are you?
Oh,
A little anxious. John and I were wondering how our case is going.
Well, having failed in the initial direct attack on our chairman, I'm preparing an enveloping movement. It's an elaborate maneuver in which you slip around the side, find the chink in the armor, lower your visor, raise the halberd, and let the old boy have it in the neck. Smite him hip and thyroid.
Where is his particular chink, Dr. Hall?
Well, after years of experience, I have found that it is located between his flashing sword of economy and his brassy breastplate of pride in ivy. And there is a shaft speeding directly toward that point.
Tony, is that you?
Yes, dear.
The Lord High Executioner and Protector of the Realm awaits your presence in the living room.
Clarence? I didn't expect such quick results. What's his mood?
But I'm not sure, but you'd better get ready to talk turkey.
I'll match him drumstick for drumstick.
I'll just hang around. Maybe I can pick up enough flying feathers for a new duster.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wellman.
Dr. Hall, I've been waiting here for a good 15 minutes. I mean, a bad 15 minutes. And I have no time for any explanations.
Oh, I shan't ask you for any, Mr. Wellman.
Well, good. Well, but perhaps you can explain this.
Oh?
The memo you sent me, adding $5,000 to the estimate of the faculty payroll for the next year.
Yes, of course. Well, since Professor Gardner and Dr. Otis are married, they cannot both be on our faculty next year. Regulations, you know.
Your regulations, I believe, Mr. Wellman.
It certainly is. Worked it out very carefully, word for word.
Of course, the Gardners would both prefer to stay at Ivy, Mr. Wellman, but they're reluctantly considering employment elsewhere. So, I've made some preliminary investigations for teachers to take their place.
Oh, good. That's fine.
You will agree, I'm sure, that upholding the principle of your own regulation should be well worth the extra $5,000 it will cost for immediate replacements.
You mean to say, Darren Stan, that... are you trying to tell me that we have to pay an extra $5,000? Well, if that's how it is, that's how it is. All right, pay the extra $5,000. After all, the principle of the thing is what counts.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Wellman.
Thank you.
But it's too bad Ivy has to lose the prestige of publishing the 2 books Professor Gardner and Dr. Otis are preparing.
Books? What books? Why didn't somebody tell me about this? Why am I so ignorant of these matters? Publication of a book by an Ivy professor is very important.
Oh, yes. And it would have been nice to publish them under the imprimatur of the Ivy University Press. Well, Ivy's loss is some other college's gain. And I don't suppose it matters too much who publishes a work, as long as it's a contribution to learning.
It most certainly does.
I also understand that Bradford College is anxious to add Gardner and Otis to the basketball and track trophies they took from us last year.
Never. I won't allow it. Do you hear me? Leaving Ivy. Why? Can you give me one good reason, Dr. Hall?
Why, Mr. Wellman, you know the rule on faculty marriages.
Dr. Hall.
Yes, Mr. Wellman?
I shall expect you to support me at the next meeting of the board when I move that we strike this regulation from the book.
Oh, well, I don't know, Mr. Wellman. Let's not be too hasty now. You spent a great deal of time and thought in formulating the rule, and to discard it without due consideration would be...
Due consideration, my grandmother. The ruling is ridiculous. After all, a man can change his mind, can he? You know the old saying, foolish consistency is the, something or other.
A foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds.
Oh, I wouldn't say that about Mr. Wellman, dear. I think it would be better to say that circumstances alter cases.
Thank you, Mrs. Hawkins.
However, if you think it wise to repeal the regulation, Mr. Wellman, you may count on my support.
Wise, Dr. Hall? Lose 2 books, Ivy publications, just because of a silly bylaw? I'll call a meeting, send out letters, call people.
Hold that bar, lift that bell.
Absolutely. Well, goodbye, Dr. Hall.
Goodbye, Mr. Wellman.
Old man Wellman, he just keeps rolling along. Well, it seems we've just destroyed one of the foundations of this college.
You know, Mr. Wellman is now completely convinced that if you hadn't been so stubborn, that rule would have been repealed long ago.
I know. I am the hidden catalyst in the chemistry of Clarence Wellman.
Well, there's one nice thing about being a capitalist. They always have money.
I said catalysts, my darling, not capitalists.
You know, I thought a catalyst was a cowboy.
Well, as long as you think so, I'll start rounding up the gardeners and tell them the good news.
Do, Toddy, and bring them here. I want them to know that it wasn't Cupid who did it after all, but you.
Yes, Vicky, with my administrative bow and arrow, I shot Sparrow Wellman.
Well, it just goes to show, doesn't it, that everything turns out for the best if you know the right people.
Oh, my darling, that's a very cynical attitude. Although I must say that some of my favorite characters were cynics. As Duke Gerald of Tuscany said to Martin of Portugal, the meek shall inherit the earth, but only when the bold pass on. For it is the strong and the determined who administer this world's affairs, mostly for gold and glory. But should by mere accident a trifle of good accrue to their stewardship, they become history's darlings and are hailed as lovers of mankind.
That surround us here today.
This production of The Halls of Ivy was broadcast with an actual audience present in the studio.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show.
My lawnmower needs sharpening. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
My percolator top is cracked. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Oh, my stocking has a run in it. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
My wife's going to have a baby. I got to take her to to the hospital.
Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, Joe Kern, Zookie, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and as the star in his own Fix-It shop, Mel Blanc. Now, let's pay a visit to the town where Mel Blanc lives. It's like most towns in the United States, except for one thing. It's got Mel Blanc, and that's what makes it a lot different. Well, let's drop in on Mel Blanc in his Fix-It shop. It's a bright, sunshiny day, and Mel is busily working away on something.
Well, I sure straightened out that safety pin. Let's see now, what else is there?
Well, good morning, Melvin.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Cushing.
Mel, how come you didn't show up at our last zebra meeting?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Cushing, I'm not very interested in the benevolent order of loyal zebras.
Well, why not? After all, aren't you exalted ruler of the lower level?
Exalted ruler of the lower level. All it means is I'm in charge of sweeping out the cellar. It's okay for you. You're the mighty, supreme, mightiest, exalted ruler, potentate monarch, senior grade.
All right. At our next meeting, I'll see about changing your title. Oh, incidentally, we've got a new password.
Yeah? What is it?
Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Ugga, ugga, boo, boo, ugga? Well, what happened to the old one? Hi, mocha, si, hungary, heebie-jeebie, alligator, sweet cookie.
Well, you know that new member we got, that 75-year-old Mr. Simpson?
Yeah?
Well, he tried to say it and developed lower plate wobble.
Oh, too bad. I like the old one. I could say it faster than any other zebra. Oh, what do you got in this white box, Mr. Cushing?
In here? Oh, I've got Sally in here.
Oh, isn't it kind of stuffy for her?
No. No, Sally's the name of my fishing rod and reel. Here.
Oh, gosh, I never heard of a man calling a fishing rod and reel Sally.
Well, you should hear what I call her when she lets a big one get away.
Looks like the reel is a little fouled up.
Yes, well, that's why I brought her here, Mel. I want you to fix her up. You see, some of the boys at my real estate office have arranged a fishing trip at Lake Minnewasahaha.
Oh, hi, mocha, si, hungary, heebie-jeebie, alligator, sweet cookie for... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were giving me the password.
Well, we've got to be very secretive about it because we've told our wives we're going on a business trip. Now, if they find out we're playing hooky, well, you've seen my wife, Mrs. Cushing.
Gosh, yes, I wouldn't want that to happen to me.
What?
Well, I mean, if she finds out about the fishing trip, she'd be awfully mad, and I wouldn't want that to happen.
Yes, well, that's the idea. Now, another thing, Mel. I want you to go out to the lake and go over Mary Lou.
Who's Mary Lou? Sally's sister?
Oh, no. She's the trimmest little motorboat that ever took to water. I want you to check her from stem to stern.
Aye, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, that's fine. And remember, Mel, don't tell a soul. And if you do a good job, perhaps you'll be made exalted ruler of the upper region.
Well, I don't like cleaning up the attic either. But don't worry about the fishing trip. I won't tell a soul.
That's good. You do a good job, and I'll use my influence to make you a big zebra.
Gosh, thanks. Oh, by the way, when do you want Sally? I mean the fishing rod.
Well, bring it to the corner of Market and Maple at 6 tonight. I don't want you coming to the office or the house.
Okay, 6 with Sally, and after that over to the lake for Mary Lou. Mm-hmm. Sounds like I'm taking care of a girl sorority. Silly.
Oh, by the way, Mel, here's a picture of the boat Mary Lou so you'll recognize her at the lake.
Oh, fine, thanks.
Well, so long, Melvin, my lad. Ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Yeah, ugga, boo, boo. Ugga. I don't know. I still like Hi Mocha, Si Hungry, heebie-jeebie, alligator, sweet cookie better. Ugga, boo.
Hello, nephew.
Oh, hello, Uncle. Say, where have you been?
Oh, I was upstairs conducting my experiments on quantitative analysis with liquids.
Oh, you were experimenting with water?
Water? Brrr, what a horrible word. By the way, what were you discussing with that pompous real estate muckety-muck Cushing?
Oh, he's going on a fishing trip, and he doesn't want anyone to know about it. Imagine lying to your own wife.
Despicable, my boy, but sometimes very necessary. I remember my
I hope
wife...
I never have to lie to my girl, Betty.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, speak of the beautiful, here she is. Hello, Betty.
Mel, do you know what day this is?
Yeah, Tuesday the 8th of October, and you sound like you're catching cold.
That's right. 5 years ago today, you gave me my engagement ring.
Gosh. It only seems like 5 years.
Remember how all the girls turned green with envy?
Yeah, now the ring is the same color.
Well, anyway, darling, I want you to come over for dinner tonight. We'll make it kind of special.
Special?
Yes, Father has promised to treat you like a human being.
Gee, that will be kind of special. I'll be glad to come. Oh, but.
Well, what, dear?
Well, you see, I have an important job to do, and it may take me all evening.
Oh, Mel, and I was planning such a lovely dinner. Fish.
Fish? Oh, well, that's nice, but, well, you see, this is a big job, and I promised
Well, I guess business should come first.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, honey.
We'll try to drop by for a minute anyhow. Huh?
Yeah, I will, honey.
Okay, bye, dear.
Bye. Oh, darn it.
What is it, nephew?
Oh, Betty wanted me to come over tonight, but I can't. Well, at least it'll make her father feel good.
My lad, you shouldn't kowtow to Betty's father.
I don't kowtow. I mean kowtow to him. As a matter of fact, I'm going over there tonight. And if he says one harsh word to me, you know what I'll do?
What?
I'll listen.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each
night. Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
How often it happens, you meet a man and you think he's a nice fellow, but what? Well, you hate to say it, but it's that little breath of trouble. I mean, unpleasing breath. And the chances are this chap doesn't dream that a breath of trouble is tagging him, making him unpopular, hindering him in business, spoiling his fun. Without suspecting it, you may be the victim of unpleasing breath. So be on your guard against it. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, Betty is disappointed that Mel can't have dinner with her on their 5th engagement anniversary. What Betty doesn't know is that she's playing second fiddle to a rod and reel Mel is secretly fixing for Mr. Cushing. Right now, Mel has dropped in for a few minutes at Betty's house.
Hello, Betty. I thought I'd drop in for a minute.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mel. Daddy Mel's here.
What did you say, Mr. Colby? Yeah, it is a nice day, isn't it?
You know, Mel, Father was looking forward to this evening. He even promised to go to the movies with us.
Gee, that would have been swell. We could have stopped by for a soda and walked home in the moonlight, sat on the porch and held hands.
I didn't promise anything like that.
Oh, I mean Betty and me.
You know I gave up a date at the bowling alley for this anniversary.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Colby. I know you spend at least one night a week in the alley.
What?
The bowling alley.
Daddy, stop making Mel nervous. Honey, tell me about this big job you've got tonight.
Oh, the job? Yeah.
Well?
I have a date to meet, Willie Johnson about fixing a card table.
Well, why should it take all evening to fix a card table?
Well, after I fix it, we might have to play a few games to see if the table works.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Now, Daddy, let's not cross-examine Mel. Here, honey, here's some chocolate cookies I baked. Your favorite, all wrapped up for you.
Gosh, thanks, Betty. Well, now I'd better go. Well, good night, Mr. Colby. What'd you say, Mr. Colby? Yeah, it is a nice day, isn't it? Well, goodbye, Betty.
Goodbye, dear.
Betty, come here. Did I hear Mel say he was going to see Willie Johnson?
Yes, why?
That's funny. I met Mrs. Johnson at the market today, and she said her son Willie is in New York and is going to stay there.
Yes, but Mel said...
I'll answer that. Hello?
Oh, hello, Mel. Your uncle told me I'd find you at Betty's house. Now, just answer yes or no, because I don't want that big baboon Betty's father to catch on.
Okay.
Now, listen. About our date, we have to change our plans. My wife drummed up the works.
Very interesting. I mean, yeah.
Now, listen. My girl will pick you up on the corner of Market and Maple. And don't forget to bring Sally.
Sally? I mean, yes. Anything else?
No. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Goodbye.
So that's the way things are.
What was it, Father?
Boy, was I right about that innocent-looking boyfriend of yours. Come on.
Well, where are we going?
Market and Maple. If what I think is true, somebody's going to get an ugga-ugga-boo over his head.
Over there all alone.
Huh?
Oh, this is silly.
Well, maybe it is. But we'll sit right here and see who he's waiting for. I don't think it will be Willie Johnson.
I wonder what's keeping Mr. Cushing. These cookies are good. Gosh, when it comes to sweet stuff, there's only one girl in the world for me.
Oh, yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo!
Are you, yoo-hooing me?
Yes, come on over here and don't be so bashful.
Well, look, I'm waiting for someone.
Oh, come now. Come on over to the car.
Well, yeah, but...
That's better.
Have a cookie?
I'm Grace, Mr. Cushing's secretary.
Oh, and I thought...
Well, I'm not that kind of a girl.
That's good. I'm not that kind of a boy.
Mr. Cushing dropped by at the office, so I'm here to pick up his favorite fishing rod, Sally. Is it ready?
Sure. Here you are.
Oh, yes. And, about that job on the boat, that can wait till tomorrow morning.
Say, that's great. Look, will you do me a favor? Drop me off at my girl's house?
Of course. Get in.
Good. I thought I wouldn't be able to see her tonight. Now maybe I can.
Daddy, did you see that Mel and that girl?
Willie Johnson's getting better looking every day.
Meeting girls on the corner and on our anniversary, too.
Why, that fox.
You mean Wolf?
No fox, they work faster. Mother, I'm going to break every bone in that boy's body.
Oh?
Oh, now what are you sniffling about?
I want you to do it. But I love those bones so much.
Oh,
Gosh, I feel like a heel lying to Betty last night. I promised Mr. Cushing to keep it a secret.
Melvin, my boy.
Huh?
Zookie wants to know if you need him today.
Zookie? Say, that's it. That's what I'm going to do.
What, nephew?
I'm going to send Zookie out to Lake Minnewasahaha to fix that boat. Yes, sir, and I'm going to spend all day with Betty. After all, Zookie knows engines inside out.
Yes, and it's a pity he leaves them that way.
Oh, it's nice working out here on the lake. In the shade of the old apple, in the shade of the old apple, cocktails for two. Hey, I like being on a boat. Yeah, I like the water. This is sailing, sailing over the beach, sailing, sailing over the beach. My stomach feels funny.
Well, Zookie.
Hello.
How are you getting on with that engine? I didn't expect Mel to send an assistant.
Oh, it's okay, Mr. Cushing. Listen, I'll erase the motor. 120 horsepower. 80 horsepower. It's 20 horsepower. One jackass.
Now hurry along. Hurry along. I want the Mary Lou to be right on the beam when the other boys get there.
Oh, sure. I dream of Jeannie with a light beat. I dream of Jeannie with a light beat. And may all your Christmases be white.
Mel left the shop looking for you this morning, Betty.
Oh, he did, Uncle Rupert?
Maybe that's him now. Did you answer it?
Yeah. Hello, Mel Blanc, fix the shop.
Oh, Betty, this is
Yes. What is it, Zookie?
How'd you know it was me? Hey, will you tell Mel that I did what he told me, and everything's all right now with Mary Lou?
Mary Lou?
Oh, she was ready to blow a gasket when I got here. but now I got her purring like a kitten.
Zookie, are you sure you know?
Oh, yes. Just the same, Mel better come out and see Mary Lou the first chance he gets. Oh, goodbye.
Zookie.
Betty, my dear, what is it?
First Sally, now Mary Lou. How many girls has he got?
Oh, Betty, there must be some mistake.
And I came here hoping I was wrong about him. Well, I never want to see him again. Never. And you can tell him that, Uncle Rupert.
Nell playing around with the women? Why, I'd never have thought it of him. Who does he think he is? Me? Where the devil is that lad, anyway? Uh-oh. Here comes Dr. Crab, the dog doctor. Hello, Christopher. How's the good dog doctor today?
Consultant veterinarian, if you don't mind.
What's the matter with you?
Keep telling you there's nothing the matter with me. Got a catch in my throat. Please, could I have a pan of water?
Look, Christopher, we're having all sorts of trouble. I'm trying to locate Mel.
Oh, I ran across Mel in the park while I was walking my little terrier.
You saw Mel? Where was he going?
You know, I'm worried about that little terrier. She came down with the shingles. How could she have gotten them shingles?
Maybe she had a priority.
That is not a joke. Oh, see Mel fix that leash for me. How'd he do it?
Oh, he just used a piece of tin.
What?
Tin. Like in Rin Tin Tin.
Oh, Rin Tin Tin.
Goodbye.
Uncle Rupert, what are you talking about? What girls?
I don't know, my lad, but you'd better get over to Betty's house right away.
Girls. I don't know anything about girls.
Well, I can't have a man-to-man talk with you now.
Oh, but you know I don't have anything to do with girls. Except for Betty. I love her. So I don't think of her as a girl.
Nephew, I'd better take you aside and have a man-to-man talk with you right now.
Oh, how did I get into a mess like this?
The best thing for you to do, my lad, is pour your heart out to Betty. Tell her the only sin you've committed was that of being a man.
I refuse to tell her any such lie.
Mel?
Oh, Betty, what's the matter?
As angry as I am for what you've done, I had to come down here. You know that silver-handled cane you gave my father for his birthday?
Yes, and he never even used it.
Well, he's going to use it now. He's coming down here to beat you up with it.
Oh, you realize how much that cane cost? Oh, Betty, this is ridiculous.
Is it ridiculous with Sally and Mary Lou?
Oh, I haven't gone out with girls. Sally is a fishing rod and Mary Lou is a boat.
Oh, Mel, if you think I believe that, you must take me for an idiot.
Yes. No. Oh, look, if you don't believe me, ask the boat. Ask Mr. Cushing. It's his Sally. It's Mary Lou's fishing reel. Oh, what am I saying?
Melvin, here's that picture of the Mary Lou.
Oh, the picture. That's wonderful. Uncle, you saved my life. Look, Betty, this'll explain everything. This picture was taken when Mr. Cushing caught the biggest trout of the season.
Huh?
Yeah, that's Sally in his hand, the fishing rod. And you see the name on the boat? Mary Lou.
What? Oh, that's what it does say. Oh, Mel. Daddy and I thought... Oh, Daddy.
Mel Blanc.
Mr. Colby, why are you staring at me like that?
I'm looking for a spot that has the most bone.
Well, stop looking at my head.
Young man, when I get through with you, you're going to be the most horrible-looking mess anybody ever saw.
Well, that's nothing. You always say I look like that anyway.
What? Come here, my boy. I'm not going to hurt you.
Oh, you missed me.
I won't this time.
Oh, Mr. Cushing, am I glad to see you.
What's going on here? Somebody being initiated?
Oh, boy, am I glad you came. Quick, tell Mr. Colby about Mary Lou and Sally before he kills me.
Well, I don't know what all the trouble's about, but Sally is my fishing rod and Mary Lou is my boat, which I asked Mel to fix for me. And a very fine job he did, too.
Well, I'll be... Oh, Mel, why didn't you say so?
Well, I couldn't tell you. I promised Mr. Cushing to keep it a secret. That's what caused this whole trouble.
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, Mel, we didn't have to be secretive about the whole thing all along.
What?
No. It seems the trip was something the fellows arranged as a surprise party for me, and my wife was in on it all the time.
She was?
Yes. Mel, why are you staring at me like that?
Put down that cane.
Mel, remember, I'm a zebra. Ooga, ooga,
We'll be back in a minute for a Zookieism. What? You never heard of a Zookieism? Well, hang around.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Look, let's face the facts. A little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, is no respecter of persons. Girl or woman, man or boy, teamster or tycoon, debutante or duchess. All are possible victims of unpleasing breath. Why, even you, though you don't suspect it, may risk your happiness, ruin your romance, even jeopardize your job because of unpleasing breath. So isn't it best to be on your guard, to watch out for that little breath of trouble? My advice is do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate Tooth Powder. For Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate Tooth Powder. Remember to buy it first thing. Remember the name Colgate Tooth Powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Well, we had quite a time when I tried to pull the wool over Betty's eyes. I hope it served as a lesson to you, Zuki.
Yes, Zuki. Every experience has a moral. Just what did you learn?
Well, I learned that you should always speak the truth. You should always speak the honest truth. You should always speak the truth. Silence is golden.
This is Buddy reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Texaco Time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, and a special welcome to our armed forces all over the world who will hear this program by shortwave. Tonight we present Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, our special guest, Miss Jean Arthur from Hollywood, the winner of the Texaco College competition, Claude Coleman from St. Louis University at St. Louis, Missouri, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, the July issue of True Detective magazine contains Fred Allen's favorite crime thriller. We now present this famous crime authority, ready to solve the mystery of who's going to kill the next 60 minutes. Fred Allen in person.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. I wouldn't bother applauding, ladies and gentlemen. It's too hot for that. Just nod to me and I'll understand. Thank you very much. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, I would suggest, if you don't mind, that you read my favorite mystery and true detective this month. As a little boy, did you ever hear that verse? Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. That's what it is.
I'm not interested in the Lizzie Borden case, Mr. Allen. There's only one crime that burns me up.
One crime? What is that, James?
The great Jimmy Wallington crime.
Oh, the great?
The great crime.
The Wallington crime, you mean?
That's right. That is that it's a crime that you don't let Wallington do something on this program.
Yeah?
I'm getting sick and tired of standing around here week after week doing nothing.
Why don't you get on the Benny Show? He's doing nothing all summer. Probably need a straight man to do nothing, to hold him up to do nothing or something. You'll have company, Jimmy.
Well, you can't knock Jack Benny to me. At least he lets Don Wilson show his talent on the program.
Oh, Don Wilson, that gristle with a hat on. Don.
Boy, I'd like to get a chance at a microphone alone like Don Wilson does.
What would you do?
I'd show you what I'd do, believe you me.
All right, Mr. Wallington, you say you have talent. You say that I'm holding you back. Now, here's your big opportunity. The microphone is yours. Now, what is it you want to do? Mr. Wallington. Mr. Wallington's records will be on sale in the lobby. And now that Mr. Wallington's hidden talent has been brought out into the open where the air can get at it, we in Toto, which won't hurt it any, we turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. War Production Board announces order which will stop production of practically all metal musical instruments in the immediate future. Shortage of metal instruments causes consternation in musical circles. A musician from New Jersey says,
10,000 guys are hoping they take my instrument away from me.
10,000?
Yeah, I'm the bugler at Fort Monmouth.
Well, what will happen if you don't blow your bugle some morning?
Brother, you will hear snoring as far west as Toledo.
And now the March of Trivia interviews several musicians who have been affected by the shortage of the metal instruments. First, a popular band leader. What is the name of your group, sir?
Solid Sam and his 7 Senders.
Solid Sam?
Yeah, it's the gut bucket combo.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, our specialty is barrel house. Sometimes we break it down during a jam joust and smokes it up till our chops is beat.
You haven't an interpreter with you by any chance. Well, say, you fellas must have a hot outfit.
Well, you can't dance closer than 10 feet to the band.
Not closer than 10 feet? Why not?
We'll cremate you.
You're that hot, huh?
If you dance your girl too close, you're apt to end up going home with a clinker.
That has happened to me already. Well, how are you coping with the metal instrument shortage, Sam?
That's nothing. I just threw out all the brasses and put in violins. Sam and his solid Senders are set for the duration.
Well, now what if there is a shortage later, a shortage of violin bows?
Well, I can make my own bows.
You can get horsehair?
I got a guy at Belmont saving it for me.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, when jockeys ain't looking, he pulls horses' tails and saves me the hair. I'm sitting pretty for bows.
Well, what about violin strings?
Yeah, them I don't worry about. I got plenty of potential strings.
Potential violin strings?
I got 200 cats down in my cellar.
Well, that takes the kitty, and thank you, Solid Sam. I hate that when they start their own applause as they're leaving the microphone. Anything like a victim of the instrument ban is, I'm sorry, miss, your name has slipped my mind, too.
I am Madame Olga, my cat.
Oh, Madame Olga. Oh, I see you here. You traffic with spirits. You prowl the occult. You prowl
Madame Olga is a medium.
Oh, I see.
Seances on the hour from 9 to 5 or by appointment.
Oh. Well, now, what about this musical instrument shortage, Madame Olga?
Thanks to the WPB, my studio is a shambles.
Some client broke up your place?
My crystal ball is in pieces. My Ouija board is in splinters.
It is, huh? What happened?
Friday night, I received a call from the head of the Musicians Union.
Local 802?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
The head of the union wanted me to summon Gabriel from the great beyond. He had a warning.
A warning for Gabriel?
Yes. When Gabriel comes, he can't blow his trumpet here in New York until he joins the Musicians Union.
Say, that's after whole things up, don't you think?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Well, I opened my seance.
Yeah.
I said, Paging Gabriel.
Paging Gabriel. Yeah.
There was a dank swish of ectoplasm. It was Gabriel.
Yeah.
I said, Gabriel, sound your trumpet.
Well, what happened?
Gabriel must have heard of the metal instrument shortage.
He didn't blow his trumpet?
Gabriel blew a sweet potato.
Well, a yam session is the thing in swing, and thank you, Madam Olga. And now a symphony musician who is greatly upset, apparently is greatly upset, Otto Sussman. Why, you're trembling, Mr. Sussman.
Yeah, Sussman is ruined.
What happened?
I am playing with the symphony fourth cornet.
Fourth cornet you play, huh?
Yeah, it's coming priorities. I am pooling my cornet.
You're pooling your cornet.
Yeah,
huh?
when the symphony is playing, Sussman is using the cornet.
I see. And nights when you are not playing, you let some other musician play your cornet.
It is fatal.
Or something went wrong?
Thursday night, I am pooling. Who is taking Sussman's cornet?
Who?
Hartlich Shapiro. He is with Glenn Miller playing. That is fatal.
Well, how come, Mr. Sussman?
The next night, Hartlich Shapiro is returning the cornet. Sussman is playing symphony.
I see.
The music is playing la da 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 da.
Yes.
Sussman on the cornet is playing.
Just those two notes.
Yeah,
huh?
the symphony is going la da 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 da.
Uh-huh.
Sussman is blowing.
Well, what happened at the concert?
Hartlich Shapiro is not shaking out the cornet.
And?
Inside the cornet is sticking one hot lick left over.
One hot lick?
Poor Sussman.
Well, what?
The music is going la da 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 da.
And you?
Sussman is blowing.
Well, what happened?
Sussman is with Carnegie Hall no longer.
Where are you playing now?
Sussman is soloist at Duffy's Tavern.
Well, your nose tells me there is one bar in Duffy's Tavern you are playing, and thank you, Otto Sussman. Well, I guess that takes care of it.
By the wee old droopy jowls, Falstaff's here, they'll soon be howled.
Now, look, Mr. Openshaw,
The Alley Addison is at your service.
Now, not with more of those rancid rondos, I trust.
Have you heard, said the skate to the bait, you'll have to wait?
No, I don't think I have.
I took her into the SHA and tried to get her alone.
No, I haven't heard of that one either.
Mother knew she was getting the policeman's goat when she saw him reach for his billy.
Now, wait. Look, tonight we happen to be talking about the ban on musical instruments.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your music poem called?
Strike Up the Band.
Strike up the band, huh? Well, how does it go?
This WPB order is just the thing. It definitely spells the doom of swing and those off-key bands with their raucous brasses and the jitterbug gates with their hepcat lasses. I hope they stop making saxophones, clarinets, banjos, and slide trombones, oboes and fifes and euphoniums, piccolos, guitars, and big bass drums. Don't get me wrong. I like swing bands. I'm nuts about music of certain brands. It's just one of them things, them paradoxes. Bands ruin my business. I sell jukeboxes. Nickel, 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 nickel.
Thank you very much, Paul Openshaw. And as Falstaff shuffles away, we turn to welcome Kenny Baker. Now, for his first number tonight, Kenny has chosen a song from Maytime, Will You Remember? Al Goodman conducting. Kenny? Goodman has just given us a synopsis of Three Little Sisters. We just had time to meet one of the girls. And that brings us to...
Mr. Allen!
Portland. Say, what's wrong, Portland? You look scared to death.
There's a lady outside with 3 snakes. She wants to see you.
A lady with 3 snakes?
She says the snakes played on the bill with you at Ithaca.
Snakes on the bill at Ithaca? Has the woman got venom spots on her sleeves and fang bites all over her face?
Yes.
Rosita and her rattlers. Ever since Jack Haley and Ben Burney were here telling me that vaudeville was back, hundreds of old acts have been coming around to see me here.
They're calling you the Daniel Boone of vaudeville.
I know, I heard that, the Daniel Boone, yes. Life magazine has pictures of Haley and me dancing in this week's issue. My apartment house lobby looks as though Ringling Brothers is casting there. Clowns, midgets, sawdust, so people are...
There was a magician looking for you before.
Well, how do you know he was a magician?
I saw rabbit tracks in his hat.
Rabbit tracks in his hat, huh? You know, it's terrible. I got up this morning, and there was a contortionist under my bed. Of all... will you answer the phone, Portland, please?
All right. Hello? Yes.
Who is it, another vaudeville act?
Yes, it's Armbuster and his talking dog. You can have the act for $50 a week.
Tell him no.
Hello, Mr. Allen says... Oh, what? Yes, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Well, now what?
You can have the dog alone for $25.
Well, what is Armbuster going to do?
I don't know.
Well, wasn't that Armbuster talking on the phone?
No, that was the dog.
Dog's calling me up yet. How did the dog get a nickel in the phone to call up? That I will not. Oh, hello, Kenny. I didn't see you coming
Hi,
in.
Faye. Hello, Porty.
Hello, Kenny. Is that your traveling bag?
Yes, Porty, I just dropped in to say goodbye.
Goodbye. Where do you think you're off to?
I'm going into vaudeville, F.A. I open in New Britain Wednesday.
Open in New Britain? Have you been talking to those broken-down small-timers who've been pesting me around here?
I've had plenty of offers, brother.
Offers? Suppose or what offers?
I could have gone with Neil and his seal. The Honey Boy Minstrels were after me. They wanted me to sing with black on my face.
No kidding.
Which offer did you take, Kenny?
I'm going with the Novelty Peabodys. They're short a man.
The Novelty Peabodys?
What kind of an act is it, Kenny?
Well, when the curtain goes up, the 4 Peabodys are standing there in pink tights.
Bloodshot Val Brigands, huh?
2 Peabodys pick up a big slab of concrete and put it on the other Peabody's head.
Yeah?
Then the 4th Peabody hits the slab of concrete with a sledgehammer, and it breaks. The house comes down.
Which Peabody will you be, Kenny?
The one with the concrete on his head. Who else?
What happened to the other Peabody?
From getting hit on the head with a sledgehammer 5 shows a day,
Yeah?
he's got fallen arches.
Fallen arches. He got them the hard way, huh? Well, Kenny, getting hit on the head with that sledgehammer, you're apt to get hurt.
What can happen? I got fallen arches already.
Oh, I give up. Portland.
Yes?
You keep an eye on the door. Now, if any vaudeville acts show up, you keep them out. I've got to introduce our guest.
Who's coming tonight?
Well, Jean Arthur called me up a little while ago. She said she wanted to see me, that it was very important. So I invited her over, naturally.
Jean Arthur, the movie star?
Yes, Portland. And you may have heard someplace that 3 is a crowd.
I get it.
Uh-huh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present one of the cinema's most charming ladies, Miss Jean Arthur. I'm happy to see you, Jean.
I'm happy to see you, too, Fred.
What I've been through the last 2 weeks with those vaudeville actors. You know, it's a pleasure to see someone from Hollywood.
Oh, thank you.
For one night, I won't have to worry about vaudeville, Jean. Say, you said that you wanted to talk to me. What's on your mind?
I'm going into vaudeville.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Jean, you're not through out in Hollywood. They haven't cast you aside like an old sarong, have they, out there?
No, I just finished a picture at Columbia.
A short?
No, it's a big feature called The Town's Talking.
Uh-huh.
Cary Grant and Ronald Colman are in it.
Cary Grant. Well, why is it when all of you stars make a picture, the minute it's finished, you come east? Now, why don't you stay in Hollywood until the picture comes out and face it?
But I'm not running away.
You're not?
No, I'm joining a USO unit to tour the Army camp.
Oh, good.
That's why I want to talk to you.
You need a chaperone?
No, I need a vaudeville act.
Well, who told you to come to me?
Everybody said, see Fred Allen. He started the whole thing.
Oh, that's fine.
You've got to help me, Fred. What will I need to do a vaudeville act?
Well, you'll have to have a song, a dance, and a few gags. Do you sing?
No.
You dance?
No.
You tell jokes?
No.
Mm-hmm. Well, what can you do?
Just act.
You just act, huh?
Monotonous, isn't it?
Well, now, wait a minute. We have a problem here, Jean. You are going to tour the Army camps. You must have something to do. Can you do any card tricks?
No.
No card tricks. So how about acrobatics?
Oh, I used to be able to kick myself in the back of the head.
Oh, well, you just can't come out on the stage and kick yourself. Kick yourself in the back of the head for 15 minutes. I mean.
Oh, I don't do it anymore. I had to stop it.
You had to stop why?
It was making my forehead protrude.
that's good. You get more of your money's worth at a phrenologist then. It was a big thing. Well, there's only one thing you can do, Gene. I'm afraid that you have to tell a joke.
You mean I have to walk out on the stage and tell a joke?
Yes.
Alone?
Yes.
Oh, I can't go out on the stage alone.
Well, why not?
Well, I'll get blamed for everything.
Oh, you mean in Hollywood the blame is shared?
Oh, sure. In pictures before I act, the names flash on the screen. It tells who wrote the picture, who directed it, who made the costume.
Oh, well, you can tell a joke the same way, Gene. Now, I'll give you the fanfares, all of the announcements, and everything.
Oh, but how would it sound?
I'll show you how it would sound. A fanfare, Mr. Goodman.
This joke is presented by the Texaco Style Theater. This joke was written for radio by Nat Hiken. Additional dialogue and joke by Roland Kitty and Arnold Auerbach. This joke is based on an original joke by Mark Twain. The joke will be told by Miss Jean Arthur. This Arthur's wardrobe created especially for this joke by Bloomingdale Basement. Mr. Allen's wardrobe by Barney. Any resemblance between this joke and any other joke you may have heard over your radio is highly probable. This is a Fred Allen production.
All right, Gene. Now that ought to make you feel at home. Now go ahead and tell your joke.
Where's the director?
Director?
Look, I'm from Hollywood. I wouldn't know what to do without a director.
Well, we haven't got time to get Lubitsch now, Gene.
Well, can't you direct me, Fred?
Well, all right. I'll try to do it. I've never done it, of course. I tell you, I'll tell the joke first to show you how it goes. Now, this is the joke, in case there's any misunderstanding later. A little boy came running up... A little boy... Well, you don't know what these things... A little boy came running up to his mother on a train and said, Mummy, what was the name of the city we just stopped at? And the mother said, Go away, Rollo, I'm reading. A few minutes later, the kid ran up again and said, Mummy, what was the name of that city? And the mother said, We have passed the city, Rollo. Why do you want to know the name of it? And the boy said, Because little brother just got off there. Do you get it?
Yes. Now I'm supposed to finish the joke?
No, the joke has been consummated, Gene.
Maybe if I said I doed it.
I doed it. No, Gene. Just tell the joke the way it is.
All right. Will you direct me?
All right. Now I'll direct you. First, look out at the audience and smile. That's right. Now, that shows them that you're not afraid of them. See, that's very important. Now, look out at the audience. Look out at the audience again. Maybe if I read yours, I'd have better luck. Well, I'm new at this directing. You see, it upsets me. Now, great. Look down at your script. Fine. Now, look out at the audience and laugh. You see. You see? That shows them that something funny is coming. They'll be on the watch for it. Now look back at your script again. All right, now start the joke.
I'm sorry, Fred, I can't.
Well, why not?
I'm not in the mood. In pictures, I can't do a scene unless I'm in the mood.
Well, all right, then. I guess I'll get you some mood music. Mr. Goodman, could I borrow 3 nephews with violins? I tell you what we want. We need a little mood music for Miss Arthur. A little mood music, will you please? All right, Gene. Now tell your joke.
A little boy came up to his mother on a train and said, Mother, darling, Mother, what was the name of that city we stopped at? And his mother said, Go away! I hate you!
Wait a minute. All right, wait a minute. Thanks a lot, fellas. That's plenty. Now, look, Gene, we are not trying for the Academy Award tonight. You are just telling a simple little joke.
Was I too emotional?
Emotional? You sounded like Betty Davis at a Rotary luncheon. Gene, there's only one thing to do if you're going to play the Army camps. I'm afraid that I will have to make the trip. I'll have to go with you.
Oh, will you really do an act with me?
Well, why not? Arthur and Allen, abreast from old Broadway.
But didn't you promise to do an act with Jack Haley?
Oh, so what? With a loose coat, a knife, and Haley's back won't even show. Why, you and I will be a sensation.
Well, what can we do?
Now, let me see. Well, we could do a gay 90s routine. You know, you come out on a stage with a leg of mutton sleeves, swinging a parasol, and I sort of saunter by in tan button shoes and peg-top pants.
Yes,
you know,
and then what?
Swagger by. Then you drop your Kleenex, and I pick it up. I tip my boater. We tell a couple of jokes. You remember those old jokes like this? Didn't I see you in Atlantic City?
Yes, I was the girl with the boardwalk.
Girl with the boardwalk. Right, that'll do for one. Now, here's another. What would I have to give you to get a little kiss?
Chloroform.
Very good. And then all we have to do, 18 or 9 of those jokes like that, then we sing one of those old gay 90s songs.
But I can't sing.
Well, neither can I. That's great. Our voices won't conflict. Nothing. Say, how about in my merry Oldsmobile?
You'll be sorry.
Well, we'll wait and find out. Let's try in my merry Oldsmobile with one of those old-time fast patter choruses. We'll just see how it sounds. Mr. Goodman, in my merry Oldsmobile. Come away with me, Lucille, in my merry Oldsmobile. Down the road of life we'll fly, almost bubbling, you and I. To the church we'll swiftly steal, then our wedding bells will peal. You can go as far as you like with me in my merry Oldsmobile. Take me up along with you, my darling, do, and we will go up high into a latitude about as near as anybody that has ever reached the sky. We will sail around the lunar planet, making love and hugging every time we scan it, with nobody in the airplane except the minister, you and I. We will float a little, fly and boat a little, while we rode a little, send a note a little, subsequently passing through the sky and having lots of fun. We'll go up into the sweetest skies are blue, and on ascending we will figure out the two, but on returning to our terra firma we will be as one. You can go as far as you like with me in my merry Oldsmobile. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have no encore. As a matter of fact, to get that song together, we had Merry Oldsmobile, and the patter was from Come Josephine and My Flying Machine. So you know what an encore might turn out to be Gunga Din with a piccolo player here. And while Miss Arthur, thank you, Miss Arthur, and while Miss Arthur prepares to join the workshop players later in the program, Kenny Baker makes a welcome reappearance, this time to sing for us Johnny Doughboy Found a Rose in Ireland.
Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, sure the fairest flower that ever grew. Oh, the Blarney in her talk took him back to old New York, 'cause his mother spoke the sweetest Blarney too. Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, and she stole his heart with smiling eyes of blue. He said, darling, 'tis my duty to make an American beauty of a sweet Irish rose like you. Johnny Doughboy sailed away, and it was his lucky day, even though the skies were gray above.
On that isle across the sea, Johnny's making history with his Yankee Doodle arms of love. Johnny Doughboy found the rose in Ireland, sure the fairest flower that Erin ever grew. For the Blarney in her talk took him back to old New York, 'cause his mother spoke the sweetest Blarney too. Johnny Doughboy found the rose in Ireland, and she stole his heart with smiling eyes of blue. He said, darling, 'tis my duty to make an American beauty of a sweet Irish rose like you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Star Theater brings you the most talented undergraduate of a leading institution of higher learning. Tonight, we salute St. Louis University at St. Louis, Missouri, by presenting its most talented students. Chosen by a vote of the undergraduate body, the winner has come to New York as Fred Allen's guest with all expenses paid and a cash award of $200. Now, Freddie, you ready to introduce our guest?
Yes, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present St. Louis University's most talented undergraduate, meet Claude Carman. Claude. Well, congratulations, Claude, and more than welcome to our Texaco campus.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Say, tell me, have you ever heard our program out there in St. Louis?
Yes, I tune in every Sunday night.
Well, then, of course, you know the first question I'm going to ask you, Claude.
Yes, Mr. Allen. This is my first trip to New York.
This is your first trip to New York. Fine. Well, I suppose you've been out looking our city over.
Well, I tried to find a sightseeing bus today. There didn't seem to be any around.
No, the sightseeing buses have been taken off the streets, Claude, to save the rubber in the rubbernecking, I understand. There is a new tour, though, that... I'll wait for you, madam. Did you want to laugh? We give that service, Claude. You just wave at us and we wait. There is a new tour, though, Claude, a new tour that leaves from Times Square. There's a man down there with 30 bicycles, and the tourists ride the bicycles around the city, you see, and the guide goes along on a pogo stick and explains the sights. But, well, that takes care of New York, Claude. Now, how would you like to tell us something about your school?
Well, St. Louis University was founded by Bishop Louis de Berg in 1818. It's the oldest university between the Mississippi and the Pacific Ocean.
Well, how did the university start? Did someone open a McGuffey reader and a crowd gathered? How did this start?
No, Mr. Allen. The school started in a one-story stone house near the riverfront. At first, it was called an Academy for Young Gentlemen, and 15 students were enrolled.
15? You mean in 1818 there were only 15 gentlemen in St. Louis?
Well, I wouldn't know, Mr. Allen.
Well, what happened to the little stone house and the 15 young gentlemen?
Today, the university embraces 17 schools and colleges. We have over 7,000 students enrolled, and there are nearly 800 professors on the teaching staff.
What are you studying at school, Claude?
Well, I'm wrestling with law.
Well, that's fine. Wrestling with law, huh? I know a boy who studied law here in New York. He finished his 4-year course in 3 years, sued the college, and got his last year's tuition back. Do you participate in athletics out there at school?
Well, I don't have time for athletics. I have a job.
Oh, you have a job? You're working your way through school?
Yes, sir. After school hours, I work in a clothing store.
Oh, you do really? Which store?
Is it all right to mention it on the air?
Why not? You want to get a raise when you get back. What clothing store is it?
Robert's Custom Tailor.
Why don't you spell it out like a radio announcer, Claude?
R-O-B-E-R-T-S. Roberts. Like that, you mean?
That's right. And now that you are a vice president in the Robert can you tell us any interesting facts about the school, SLU?
Well, a St. Louis University football coach, Eddie Kokum, perfected the modern version of the forward pass.
Uh-huh. He perfected the version that we have today, I see.
And St. Louis was the first university to own and operate its own radio station, WEW. That was back in 1921.
WEW. Say, when you become a lawyer, Claude, you can open your own Goodwill Court on WEW out there.
I'd rather not be a radio lawyer.
Well, you have... No, it is bad. If the case is appealed, you have a rebroadcast at night. Well, you have a fine voice. You can sing in radio, Claude.
I don't know. I think I'll wait until I finish school, Mr. Allen.
Well, you know what you can do? You can mix your law and your singing, Claude. Now, imagine you open up the Goodwill Court singing Zoot Suit, you see? Then you turn around and win the suit, which turns out to be from Roberts the Custom Tailor. But I think I'm getting a little mixed up, Claude. Perhaps we'd better have your song.
Before I sing, Mr. Allen, I have a gift for you.
Yes, Claude?
We heard down at school that you do a bit of boxing occasionally.
Yes, Claude, I do a little boxing, and I have the lumps to prove it.
The student sent you this boxing robe. We thought it might come in handy.
Hey, this is a dandy, Claude. This is the robe. I'll just slip it on for size. It's a little chilly in here. Put this thing on, see how it comes out.
Hey, this is a dandy,
Claude, this robe. And I want to thank you and the students of St. Louis University for your kindness tonight. Now, Claude, what about your song?
I'd like to sing Dark Eyes.
Dark Eyes, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, St. Louis University's most talented undergraduate, Claude Carman, sings for us Dark Eyes.
Dark eyes in my dream, I was sad it seemed, and the skies were gray, till you came my way. Then at once I knew that the skies were blue, and my dream came true. For they brought me oh, my dark-eyed one, lovely little dark-eyed one, life has just begun, for I've found the sun, where the love lies, like you firelight, deep within your eyes, dark eyes that I love.
was fine, Claude. Carmen, I'm sure your fellow students, the faculty, and the St. Louis University alumni will be as pleased with your performance tonight as we are. And all of us here in the Texaco Star Theater wish you every success in your law career. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we will present the most talented undergraduate of West Virginia University in Morgantown, West Virginia. I borrowed the teeth for tonight. I don't know what... The most talented undergraduate of West Virginia University in Morgantown, West Virginia. After hearing the three finalists over station WCHS in Charlestown, West Virginia, the student body voted. The ballots have just been tabulated, and the winner is Mary Eleanor Mulholland. Congratulations, Mary. We'll have the lamp in the window for you next Sunday night. Earlier in our program, ladies and gentlemen, you met Miss Jean Arthur. How many times have you, as a picture fan, said to yourself, where do movie stars come from? How do they become movie stars? What keeps them in the public eye? Well, tonight, we're going to tell you. The Texaco Workshop Players, starring Miss Jean Arthur, present the cavalcade of a glamour girl. This little gem is called A Star is Born, or The Saga of Mona Bodenfelder. Mona Bodenfelder was the most glamorous and exotic Hollywood beauty of her day. Mona was born in a tiny town in Jersey, Upper Ferret Falls. She was the prettiest girl in Upper Ferret Falls, and as a little tyke when Mona walked down Main Street with her raven pigtails bobbing, little boys would yell,
Hey, Mona, what's your hurry? How about playing post office, Mona? Easy you in a dim out, Mona.
Yes, Mona was the most popular girl in Upper Ferret Falls. A few years later, when graduation day exercises were held at high school, the teacher said,
And now our last class award. The student voted most likely to succeed is Mona Bodenfelder. And here is your birthmark plaque, Mona.
Oh, thank you, Miss Boynton. And thank you, class, for voting me the most likely to succeed. And no matter how successful I become in life, to you, my classmates, I will always be just little old Mona Bodenfelder.
And now, class will rise. We'll sing our school anthem. 1, 2.
Hail to thee, our alma mater. We sing your praises to the sky. Hail to thee, our alma mater. For thee, Higginbottom Junior High.
Fortune smiled on Mona from the start. The day after school closed, she went to work as hostess at Golden Paul's Big Meat Market on Elm Street. Mona liked to meet people and always had a smile and a kind word for Mr. Golden Paul's patrons. Customers would say,
Mona, how is your cold shoulder today?
Oh, fine, Mr. Swan. How's yours?
Mona, your card.
Did you get your order, Mr. White?
Oh, yeah, Ma.
Close your Boston bag. Your tongue is hanging out.
Thanks, Mona.
You back again, Mrs. Lane?
Yes, I got halfway home, forgot to take my kidneys.
Well, you stay right here. I'll get your kidneys for you.
Mona was happy in her little world of meat, and that fall Golden Paul's Meat Market sponsored a beauty contest. No one was surprised that night at the town hall when Mr. Golden Paul in his shiny new apron stood up and announced,
Tonight, the Golden Paul Meat Market Beauty Contest comes to a close. The winner will receive a free trip to Hollywood and 10 pounds of chuck roast. And the winner, the beauty we will crown Miss Upper Ferret Falls, is Mona Bodenfelder. Now, Mona, here is your ticket to Hollywood.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Golden Paul.
And here is your 10 pounds of chuck roast.
Miss Upper Ferret Falls. Gosh.
All right, Van, whoop her up.
The next morning, sitting in the day coach with her ticket and 10 pounds of chuck roast, Mona wondered what Hollywood had in store for her. The first day she arrived in Hollywood, Mona went to see Mr. L.D. Meyer, head of the mighty Diagram Studios. Mr. Golden Paul had given Mona a letter and a veal cutlet to give to Mr. Meyer. As Mona entered the big producer's office, Mr. Meyer looked up from his aspirin bottle and said,
Why, you're beautiful.
Oh, Mr. Meyer.
I'll make you a star in pictures.
Oh, Mr. Meyer.
Gad, those raven tresses, those dimples, that wen. What is your name, Charmer?
Mona Bodenfelder.
Mona Bodenfelder. Why, that name is box office. Mona Bodenfelder. Gad, you're a find. Where's my aspirin?
Here it is, Mr. Meyer.
Oh, thank you. I'll buzz my publicity man. Where's my buzzer?
Right here.
Oh, yes.
Yes, Mr. Meyer.
Mulcahy, I've got a find.
Again?
This is Lena Goldenpaw.
No, it's Mona Bodenfelder, Mr. Meyer.
Don't bother me with the details, girl. Mulcahy, get busy. This girl is a star.
Yes, sir. I'll coin a gimmick. Oh, wait a minute. We've used Oomph Girl and Sweater Girl, LV. I got it.
Yes, Mulcahy.
Whack. Mona Bodenfelder, the Whack Girl.
Gad, what a brain! The whack girl!
Yeah.
Mona, you got whacked!
Oh, what is whack, Mr. Meyer?
Yes, Mulcahy, what is whack?
Well, don't rush me, LV. I just made up the word. I'll make up the definition later. So long.
Well, now I'll get my makeup man. Gad, what's wrong with this buzzer?
You're buzzing your aspirin bottle, Mr. Meyer.
Gad, I must have swallowed my buzzer.
No. Here it is.
Oh, yes. Yes, LV. Oh, Eastmore, this is Hollywood's new star, Sonia Bodenfelder.
It's Mona Bodenfelder, Mr. Meyer.
Yes, that's right. Well, Eastmore, she's the Veronica Lake type, LV. Yes, she's beautiful. What does she lack for pictures? You can see both her eyes, LV. Have you seen Veronica Lake, dearie?
Yes, Veronica Lake has only one eye.
That's it. We'll comb your hair down over both eyes.
Both eyes? How can I see to walk around?
We'll get you a seeing eye dog. Gad, what a novelty. You'll play all your love scenes with mature and a seeing eye dog. Great, LB. I'll get busy. Gad, a new star. And they said LB was slipping. That reminds me. Can you sing, dance, or act?
No, Mr. Meyer.
Well, that's no handicap in pictures.
You mean
The studio will teach you to sing, dance, and act. Starting tomorrow, you will report to the studio school. Now study hard.
You bet your life I will, Mr. Meyer.
Come back to me in 6 months. You'll be a star, Tanya Goldendelfer.
And Mona Bodenfelder did study hard. Every morning, Mona reported to her singing teacher, Professor Baker.
Take a deep breath, Miss Bodenfelder. Inhale.
Yes, sir.
Now exhale. Very good. Now we'll try the scale. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Excellent, Miss Bodenfelder. In 6 months, I will make you another Andrews sister.
Which Andrews sister will I be, Professor Baker?
The one in the middle.
Every afternoon, Mona reported to her dancing teacher, Madame Tabova.
First, we were bending down. 1, 2, then.
1, 2. 1, 2.
Next, we were kicking up. 1, 2.
1, 2. 1, 2.
Pointing the toe at this little darling.
Do you think I'll ever become a dancer, Madame Tabova?
In 6 months, I will making you another Becky Grable.
Every night, Mona took a dramatic lesson with Professor Dimmock.
To be an actress, you must cry, child. Give me tears. Very good. To be an actress, you must laugh. Give me teeth. Excellent. To be a success on the screen, you must master 3 speeches.
What speeches, Professor Dimmock?
Let me hear you say, darling.
Darling.
Roscoe, you mean...
Roscoe, you mean...
This is the end.
This is the end.
Your diction is perfect.
Is that all I have to know, Professor Dimmock?
Yes, those are the only 3 lines you will ever get to say in pictures.
I'll master them, Professor Dimmock.
Good. In 6 months, I will make you another Shirley Temple.
At the end of 6 months, Mona Bodenfelder was a combination of Shirley Temple, Becky Grable, and the Andrews sister in the middle. Her training completed, Mona reported back to the head of the Mighty Diagram Studios, Mr. L.D. Meyer. As Mona opened the door, Mr. L.D. Meyer looked up and roared.
Well, what do you want? Who are you?
I'm Mona Bodenfelder, the wet girl, Mr. Meyer.
You want to get into pictures?
Oh, yes, sir. You told me...
Here, take this memo. Go to see Mr. Schreiber.
Yes, sir.
Goodbye.
Mona went to see Mr. Schreiber. Mr. Schreiber looked at Mr. Meyer's memo and said...
Oh, yes. Go to see Mr. Hussey.
Mona saw Mr. Hussey. Mr. Hussey said...
Oh, yes. Go to see Miss Carroll.
Miss Carroll said...
Oh, yes. Go to see Mr. Morrow.
Mr. Morrow said...
Go to see Mr. Palese.
Palese said...
Take this slip and see Mr. Salvin.
Mr. Salvin turned out to be the policeman at the studio gate. Handing him the slip, Mona said...
Where do I go now, Mr. Salvin?
You go home, Miss Bodenfelder. This slip is your pass to get out of the studio. Good night.
And so Mona Bodenfelder, Miss Upper Ferret Falls, the little girl who was voted most likely to succeed, found herself outside of the mighty Diagram Studios, disillusioned and alone. Her chuck roast long since eaten, she couldn't return and face Upper Ferret Falls, and so Mona took the first job she could find. Months passed, and then one day in the Brown Derby restaurant, Mona saw the head of the mighty Diagram Studios, Mr. L.V. Meyer, again. Mona spoke to him.
The veal fricassee is very nice today, Mr. Meyer.
No, waitress. I think I'll... Well, gad, girl, what are you doing working in this calorie cave?
I have to live, Mr. Meyer.
Why, you're beautiful.
Please, Mr. Meyer.
Gad, those raven tresses, those dimples, that wen.
Oh, Mr. Meyer.
Why, you should be in pictures. What's your name?
Mona Bodenfelder.
Come to my office tomorrow morning, lad of Golden Heifer. I will make you a star.
Yes, sir. In the meantime, what's your order?
Oh, yes. I'll have number 7. Bicarbonate and lukewarm water.
Yes, sir. One producer's lunch. Have it medium luke.
Mona Bodenfelder didn't sleep a wink that night. At last she was to have her chance in pictures. The next morning, bright and early, Mona entered Mr. L.V. Meyer's office. As she opened the door, Mr. L.V. Meyer looked up and roared.
Well, what do you want?
I'm Mona Bodenfelder.
You want to get into pictures?
But you told me...
Here, take this memo. Go to see Mr. Schreiber.
Oh, yeah? Well, you can go yourself, Mr. L.V. Meyer.
I can go where?
You know where, and it isn't to see Mr. Schreiber.
You dare to tell me?
2 years ago, you said you'd make me a star. You sent me to study singing, dancing, and acting. You said I'd be the WAP girl.
WAP girl?
I studied 6 months. When I came back, you didn't even know me.
I?
You turned me away. I've been working at the Brown Derby. Yesterday, you told me to come back here.
I?
Today, you don't know me again. When I left Upper Ferret Falls, I had hopes. I had ambitions.
Wait a minute, girl. Did you say Upper Ferret Falls?
Yes, that's my home.
Upper Ferret Falls? I lived there as a boy. What is your name, girl?
Mona Bodenfelder.
Bodenfelder. What was your father's name?
Osip.
Osip Bodenfelder, my uncle's cousin.
Mr. Meyer, you mean...
Mona Bodenfelder, you are my own great-grandniece twice removed.
I am?
You're a relative. This is the day I've been waiting for.
I don't understand, Uncle Elvie.
For 20 years, I've been putting relatives on the studio payroll. My brother Irving is the treasurer. My sister's husband is casting director. My wife's uncle is a producer. My grandfather is wardrobe man. My nephew's running the cutting room.
The studio is run by relatives?
Relatives are everywhere but in my pictures. For 20 years, I've been testing relatives, but I've never found a relative with talent until today.
Uncle Elvie, you mean that your great-great-grandniece twice removed?
You, Mona Bodenfelder, are a relative. I will make you a star.
Oh, thank you, Elvie.
Now I can die happy. For 20 years, I've been looking at relatives around the studio. Now I can finally see a relative on the screen. Gad, I can't wait to see that name in light. A star is born. From now on, you are...
Mona Bodenfelder, the WAP girl.
That is how Mona Bodenfelder became a Hollywood star. And the moral is, the quickest way to become a star in pictures is to be born in the right family. For in Hollywood, in many cases, blood is thicker than talent. The end.
And now, an important personal message from Fred Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen, they say every comedian wants to play Hamlet. But I don't. I don't want to participate in a tragedy, and neither do you. And yet, tragedy will confront all of us if we lose this war. We'll win, but it's going to take everything we've got in effort and sacrifice. We've all got to do our share. And here's the thing that we all can do. Buy war bonds or stamps. No matter what your income, set aside 10% every payday. $1 out of every 10 to help buy planes and guns and ships and food and the million things our fighting men need to win. It's the safest, wisest investment you can possibly make. Start putting 10% of your income into war bonds or stamps on your next payday. You'll be buying freedom for yourself and all of the generations of Americans to come. Thank you.
Next week, our guest will be Maurice Evans, famous Shakespearean actor, and the winner of the Technical College competition at West Virginia University, Mary Eleanor Mulholland.
Thank you, Jimmy. This is Fred Allen saying goodnight for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you that haste makes waste and speed wastes tires. Drive under 40 and save rubber, and drive into your Texaco dealers at any time to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.